Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Another fine day, minus the pre-market. We're 5 minutes away from starting our glorious, potentially Pain Olympics day. If you haven't already heard, there was some news overnight. The 500 million approximately, I think it's like 407, essentially doubling our float share prices, or share availability, has been taken off the table. And now it's been replaced by a 47 million at the market. So essentially 10 times less at the market offering. That market offering is backed up by 3 banks, and they're basically going to be the ones that take the shares and sell them at a commission. Now, I don't know if AMC gets the money up front and then the banks get the money selling them, but I'm guessing the volatility that the shares have, they're probably not going to take that on. So it's going to be just as we go selling, and AMC will choose when and where to sell, partial, a little bit, whatever, right? So that will just be an ongoing. It won't take long. 47 million is not a lot. It's a 10% increase over what we currently have. I mean, it's not trivial, but it's not, what they previously wanted to do, which was, I don't know, financial suicide in my books. So that's good news for us. A lot of people have asked, what does that mean? Is it positive? Is it going to make everything sunshines and rainbows? Honestly, I don't know. The news is good. The 500 million dilution was stupid. So the stupidity is gone. The negativity from that stupidity is gone. But they are still raising capital. They are still diluting their shares. But because it's at the market, it's not going to have a price change. It's not going to be sold at a discount or whatever, right? It could still be sold at as a discount, but it would be at a loss to the banks or whoever's doing the selling. They can do whatever they want. They could buy it at market and sell it for half price, if they want to take the loss. So anyways, I don't really know how it's going to add up. We're seeing quite a bit of negativity in the pre-market. I checked the pre-market volume and it seems high, which means that's a lot of commitment. But I don't know if that's retail investors or institutional investors. I don't know. The long term, I think we're in the positives. So we're basically going to boost in the long term because there's a 2.3% commission attached to these shares. So they're going to try to get them out the door as much as possible. So we should see increased positivity over the coming days, or I don't know if they're going to delay the execution, right? My guess is they're going to try to execute this before earnings so that their earnings look good, right? If they execute this and they go, look, our negatives aren't so bad because they just made 47 times 10, so $470 million, right? They can add that to their balance sheet for this cycle. And then they can say, look, it's not so bad. It's manipulation, but having money in the war chest is always good. But if they sell too early, right, when we get back to 14 or 15, they could have got a lot more money, right? Now, that doesn't matter for us because we're long-term holders, but you get the idea, right? So I expect positivity from this. I really don't know why we're seeing the negativity. It could be that, people are talking about how there's, huge difference in expected price. We're about to start. But no one's expecting AMC to come out of this hole. It's a pandemic, right? You're not just going to come out swinging and be richer than you were. It's going to be gradual. So the first couple months the pandemic hit, everyone was kind of upset with the pricing. They were all like, oh man, you lost so much money. But now every company's bleeding. No one cares anymore. It doesn't spook the market. It's just kind of the price of doing business. So we're going to start down here, unfortunately, but hopefully we spike up. If not, well, it was nice knowing you all, because it's going to be one hell of a rocky ride down. And we're about to find out in 10 seconds. Well, the 43 million shares should be positive. Yep. Oh, she's not even on my screen. Oh boy. Okay, well, we'll let this ride out. But the loss is not a big deal. You know, the company is growing. You're comparing basically pre-pandemic to, I don't know, pandemic plus viral strains. So it's not even worth comparing, right? So this is just good discount territory. Yeah, we're going to 1K. That's it. Strap in. Okay, what's the volume we're looking at? 1.8 million. That's actually pretty low. So for nuclear cataclysm, that is actually pretty low volume. So my guess is this is an overreaction from the retail market. If this was institutionals, it would be, 10 million, 8 million. It would be a nuclear holocaust. And this is not even close. I think we're actually going to do better today. Then that's piss volume. Not that scary. We might actually see this recover, actually. Because smart money's going to buy this at discount, right? And then it's just going to surge right back up. Yeah. Damn stupid retail investors. Yeah, look at her go. I'll hit some resistance probably at 11. That's right, get rid of those fucking paper hands. That's a very good definition of paper-handed. And that's why volume is important. Because we're consistently opening at 1 point something million lately, right? And so if no volume changes, it means the same people, give or take, are playing the game. It means no new people have logged in and said, oh, fuck, AMC's a total shit, I better sell, right? So no institutionals have had a board meeting and said, oh, fuck it, we got to cut our losses. So there's none of that, right? So that just means stupid people doing stupid things. Or it means smart people, but a small majority of them are doing things. So there's no real commitment. So yeah, I think this is just a bump in the road, and sucks to be the idiots that sold pre-market. That's why you gotta have diamond hands. I have no mercy and no love if you get shaken out of the tree. I mean, you can sell because you have to, sure, but if you can't play the game, you shouldn't be playing. Because then you end up doing stupid stuff like this. Yeah, so here's our 11 resistance wobble. Yeah, and then now that we're over that, can we gas it? Can we punch it, Chewy? Let's see some steam. I don't like our volume is wiggling off. Now, oh, I should mention, now's a great time to get those options fired up, right? Because it's low. Probably a good time to grab some shares or write some options. Because we'll be right back to, it looks like 1140 in pretty much no time. I could be wrong, so don't bet your life savings. Because it's still early morning. The first 5 minutes is very volatile. But judging by what I'm seeing, we completely defeated a huge drop. But see, the slowdown in volume is a little scary. That might have been it for our upwards motion, but If we can see a little bit more commitment and then maybe the next couple minutes, then we're going. We're just trying to get past the 11 right now, which hopefully won't stop us. Unlike that 12 yesterday. Son of a bitch, 12. You fought well. An honorable fight. I'm going to have to get some Wharf soundboards. Prune juice. A warrior's drink. It truly is. There we go. We punched through 11, so we're now out of its gravitational well. Okay, good. Bet your life. Well, that is some bad financial advice. But if you take your advice from random YouTube comments, you deserve to get bankrupt. But at least you would make if you bit the bullet, right? Took the risk, you're up about 7% coming up. So that's more money than you would make working a day job. If you invested $1,000, you would walk away with 100, almost 170, right? Which is basically more than a day job at this rate for a whole 6 minutes worth of work. You made $70 in less than 6 minutes. Name a job that gives you that much money, right? Well, maybe Bezos. So I can't predict the future, obviously. But right now it looks like we're going back to a full recovery. Now, we did just have a huge drop, a 7% drop. It's pretty big, even though we move 30% a day. So that's going to probably stunt our day. It's going to make our day less exciting because we've used up all of our buyers. If we come up really fast and we don't slow down, then this could be like a slingshot effect kind of deal. Generally, stocks don't do that. But I'd have to see once we pass 1140, and then we got to see when we hit 12 what the sentiment is going to be. Before this drop, I was actually expecting us to gap up and then take off to attach ourselves to the U shape. So we had this drop down due to, I guess, it looks like, paper handing over the news. People didn't realize how they're supposed to take it. Retail investors basically folded, and it was stupid. Now they're realizing it, so they're going to bring us back. Whether or not we can continue with our regular programming is unknown. My best guess from my experience is that we will attempt to do what we want to do, which is complete the U shape, but it will be stunted, so it won't reach the same highs. So, that being said, I was hoping we'd blow through 12, seeing how close we are, right? But we just started at like 1060. So I don't know if we're going to have the energy to get through 12 because we're so far away from it now. If we do get through 12, I think the next roadblock is 56 or so. And that might be our final high for today. And if we blow through both of those, then holy crap. The sky's the limit, right? Because we may see some of those millions of shares show up today, right? They might show up in like huge bursts like this. Look at that. That's 90K. That's a lot. So somebody just did a big time buy right there. We don't normally ever see a 90K. So that could be some of those shares being sold, right? Right there. So that sort of stuff will contribute to us taking off like a rocket. So I really don't know how this is going to play out, right? We don't know who's going to buy, who's going to sell. But it's looking really positive right now based on what's going on. We survived a 10% drop-ish. We came back like more than swinging. We just saw a big whale take a splash. And we know that there is a bazillion more dollars in this whale's selling chest. So that's not going to be the last splash. So, all in all, I think we're in for a good run. Going to make some dollars because that whale's going to be buying the dips more than likely. So they didn't buy right away because they were just stepping out of the way. They needed to see what the retail investors were going to do. But once the retail investors showed that they were fucked up, or the smart money came in, or the institutionals came in, right? I don't know who is this green, right? No one knows. But my guess is somebody decided that, no, that was stupid. And so we corrected, and that's what it's showing us, right? That is what the market is telling us, right? So the market told us whatever happened was stupid, I've corrected. Why? We don't know. We'll never know. Just forget about it. So the big fish comes in after that happens and says, okay, it's now safe. We've regained 50%, 60%. Right. Now, I don't know if that fish will sell coming up. It's got a couple of cents. My guess is it doesn't. Once you sell the shares, I don't think you can just turn around and bail out on them. I don't think that's how that works. Or maybe it does. Maybe you can buy and sell immediately. My thought would be that you'd probably have a lock-in. But if it's at the market, it's probably just, you just throw them out there, right? Anyways, so that's the long spiel. Let's go look at our friends and family and see what's happening to them. So Jiamine got shot in the leg and it is bleeding out with low volume, quite low volume. Actually, no, that's not quite low. 1 million is about right. So a little bit lower, not a quite low. Viz has, let's see. Wow. God, people just want to get punished. So after all of this, it gaps up and then some. Have you not learnt? Are you not entertained? Okay, I would short the fuck out of this. So I'm just gonna short the fuck out of this. If I saw this earlier, I probably would have shorted here. Okay. And I'm just gonna let this run for the rest of the day because God, these people are fucking stupid. Like, you don't walk away from something like this and just rebound like nothing fucking happened. God. But this is the difference between experience and, oh, it's going to go up tomorrow. We're going to make millions. Yeah, sure. The Dow looks like this. The markets look like this. And your stock's just going to fly off the fucking handle. Yeah, I don't think so. God, so dumb. Oh well. All right. So the Dow's down. So the Dow gap down. The S&P, or sorry, the Nasdaq gap down. The S&P was okay, and the Nasdaq and us gap down. So that would have added to our general frump. How much was that gap? Not that much. 15%. Okay, so we're curving. That's fine. 50% is right about here. Okay, let's get the lemons in position. So we just want to avoid right about here, and then we should be okay. This could turn into a power S, a U shape, whatever. The slowdown kind of sucks, but if we get rid of this, it's still pretty much active. 10s, 12s, 9s. This is just going to fuck up the chart because that's a 90. And we haven't seen a 90 in like forever. But you can compare it with like, yesterday, right? This, you can't even see the volume, it's so low. But this volume is actually still visible, so it's quite strong volume. We're at 2 million, and we're only 10 minutes in. So, yeah, we're moving along. Yeah. Oh no, I keep clearing the chart all the time. Deduct, it won't stay up there. It's a good thought, but it won't last. Okay, so we just need the Dow to kind of unfuck itself, and then that should help us out. No, the Dow is not having a good time. Having a good time, having a good time. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Oh, well, yeah. I could do that, but I only get one alert because of this free version, and I don't want to pay $20+ a month. for this. Although, now that we have a moment, oh, actually, I could put an alert on my phone, but I don't really care. I want to see. What the hell do I want to see? I want to see how my options doing. Now that I got a moment. Just load up my phone. So we're just going to let this complete its shape. We want to get this over with, and we want to continue our recovery before 10:30. Not bad. I'm up $260, which is trivial. 37.14%. But then option percentages don't really matter. It's a whole different boat. But a win's a win. Okay. So it looks like we're about to teeter down. That's a roll, and there's another roll right there. Which, if things don't turn around, we're going to go swimming with the fishes. Okay. GME is still teetering. Now, GME is basically flirting with abysmal death, right? Let's see. Okay, so they gapped down. So they were flirting with crashing, right, the other day, but they did just gap down. So they opened below, and then the next nuclear wasteland for them, I think, is coming up. Okay, so they gap down overnight, so that's done. And then the next one is at 140 something. This one, 139. It's this guy. And once 139, 120, and then they fall to 90 or 119. Yeah, which is this guy here. So that's 121. So 119, 121 is the next drop after 136. And maybe there'll be some support at 155. Yeah, because 155 was when they were flirting with abysmal death. And they dipped and then they recovered. But, yeah. Yeah. So I don't think we're going to get there today, but yeah, 140 is the number that we need to watch for. And then 121. Those are big drops. $20 drop. And then 40 goes to like back to here, 50, 49. Oh, that's going to hurt when they do that. They might stop at 80. So it might be 40 to 120 to 80 to 40. But that's 50% drop, right? Like 80 to 40 is rip. Oh, that hurts. Oh well. Just hope we get. Yeah, so if we're looking at ours, right? Here's the U shape and there's the roll. So we did this. We went halfway and we're now doing that. So what we're hoping for is a this, and then it brings us back on track to essentially reattach ourselves to the U shape. So we want to see that. That's the best case we can hope for. And then if that doesn't happen, we could have another roll, do a U, do a W, whatever, right? But if we can get back, then we're going to continue the U shape. If we don't get back, too much time happens. So I give us to probably about noon today. If we don't get back to like 13 something by noon, which I think the likelihood is piss, or we don't shoot up to 12 in the next, hour or two, then we're going to go into a different shape. Hopefully we'll get back to 12, 11 or whatever. And so we'll do like a this. But best case is we just go straight up and connect, basically. then we've connected the U shape. Now there's a chance that, you know, my thing is wrong and the U shape is actually something like this using the bottoms. So we might still be in the U shape, right? But the problem with this U shape is A, it's not really a proper parabolic shape, and two, if this is the bottom of the U, we can only go down. If we go down any further, we would break out. Whereas this is the wrong one, at least we're inside the U, so we have room for failure, right? So there's a risk. But seeing how much we pushed back, that could be an indication of the U's wall. The U wall should be very strong. But I'm guessing, based on our measurements yesterday, that's the 50% mark when you measure from a bottom that is actually here, not down here, right? So if you shift it up and you just ignore this because this is just garbage, and this is actually the floor, then basically we're at a 50% mark, and so a roll is expected. Yeah. And then this arm is not there, but actually here. Anyways, you get the idea. So we'll see how it plays out, right? We can only guess, and then the market will tell us. And right now we're being supported by these guys. Yeah, but I want to see it. We need to get quicker out of this. We really need to turn this into a power S and then just blast off. Yeah, and if we can get back to like, 12, 13. Well, 13 would be new territory, but we could do that by... Oh, that's end of day, actually. So if we can get to 13 by end of day, everything is... Oh, that's end of day yesterday. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So we need to be kind of 13 by end of day today. Yeah, okay. So by end of day today, we need to be about almost 14. Yeah, I don't think we can do that. I mean, maybe. I mean, we did do something like that right here, right? If I copy and paste, give me 1 second. Where is it hiding? Right here. So if we take yesterday, right, and we attach it to today, so I was expecting something like this. We'd gap up, a little bit of dip, whatever, then we'd break through and we'd, touch 13 or something, or maybe even get to 14, right, depending on the gap up. But because we started lower, you've been basically just shift down, right? So we're looking at something like this. So 12 something would be our high for today because we lost so much in this initial struggle, right? So, but if we can go and like just ramp it right up, like surge to 12 in the next, let's say before noon, then we have the potential to go up into the low 13s kind of deal. But even then, see, we're not going to make it back. And then this will just contribute to the arm. So then we'd have another day of this. Let's just say another awesome day. Paste. Control V. So if we have another day of this, right, then we're hitting 14, but we're still not out of the woods as to a roll. Chances are what will happen is flip. Where's flip? Flipped. Chances are what will happen is this. Now this is a shape that never really exists, but you'll essentially have your cup and your handle, your roll, right? So if we don't get this height back to here, the probability of this happening increases. So we're still going to see what happens. If we don't even get there, let's just say this is the highest we get today and we crash, right? Then we're basically making a little mini handle, which will go about to 10 something. Goes about halfway down generally. And then it will probably end up being like a bounce, and we'll end up coming back next month, basically. So anyways, that's probably our near future. We're going to see how it plays out, but we definitely want excitement upwards because that will just make things safer. But as you can see, we're struggling right now with that idea. So yeah, we're basically flat. Shitty. But let's see here. Okay, so that's probably the breakout. Yeah, there was a really tight channel here. And then that's the breakout from the tight channel. And see, that's making the power S shape. So this needs to get up to 1139 as soon as possible, and then we are going to Mars. So I hate hoping for stuff, but you know, I've just laid out the technicals for you, right? So now it's out for the stock to do it. But if it does it, oh, it's going to be glorious. If it can just go up 20 cents, 10 cents, well, let's say 15 cents. Yeah, 15 cents, and we're going to fucking blast off to Mars. Money. Money, 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 money. Good stuff. Do. All right, come on, Stocky. Show us the money. So now here we don't want it to go back into the channel. It wants to, potentially. I don't know what the stock wants at the moment. But generally when you have a channel, the stock wants to return to the channel. And that represents there's a slow bleed off or there's a general market flow. And so you're having a general trend towards crashing, and the retail investors are pushing up or pushing down. So they'll resist or they'll increase what looks like, the channel. It doesn't have to be down. It could be up. So you're going up, and then there's momentary bumps in the road that draw you down. But yeah, if we can avoid that, then we'll turn into kind of a W shape. So we broke out, and then we'll have a little bit of a down, since we're clearly not doing a check mark. So you can see this one could have been a check mark, but it died at the 50% mark as well. Whatever reason may be, things don't like being at the 50% mark. They either go past them or they go away from them. They won't usually settle at the 50%. And so as they approach the 50%, if they're not strong, they'll tend to falter and collapse. And if they are strong, they'll gas it and they'll go right over it. And then at the 60 or 70% mark, they might consider slowing down or whatever. But they generally don't stop at that halfway mark. So we're still not in the channel, but we're testing the support line from... So channels are kind of a diagonal thing, but support lines are always horizontal, flat, right? So they still exist even with a channel. So here we're testing the line. Yeah, so if we're on the 50% mark for that green line, then we're going to try to get away from it as well, right? Which is probably how that formed a support line. You see how when we're going up, there was a little bit of pause? The market, air quote, knew the total length of this green line was going to be before we knew. Like, the history is already written. And so it paused on its way up, which incidentally was its halfway mark. Now, I don't know if the pause causes that or the market knows and we're just seeing history unfold, right? Whichever way you want to look at it. But this is why I keep saying that the market is already written, the day is already decided, how the stock will look is already done. But we are just seeing it play out kind of after the fact, right? Because it's just a cause and effect. And those cause and effects are already in play. And if we reverse time, they would play out the same way, right? So anyways, metaphysical aside, or philosophy aside, that's the game. And it's really weird how it keeps playing out. Yeah. So we're now going into a pennant. Now we have enough data for that. And judging by this, the breakout should be soon. Before the dip. Hopefully it's a breakout, not a breakdown. But we're dangerously close to a breakdown, which makes sense. This would be the support line, the 50%. This guy and this guy is going to make for the breakdown point. Because it's both a support line and the bottom of the wedge. And it's the bottom of the wedge because it's a support line. Left to right, right to left, whichever way. And then you got a mini wedge right here. So we might get a boost, but it would have to go up about a cent. So you might see a boom, 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 boom. And then it'll probably die the tops here. Usually it's about half the size of the internals, or at least like something about this big, usually. But I mean, that's arbitrary based on your zoom level, I guess. But yeah, I'm expecting something that would be about almost 10 cents when we break out. And then we'll stop at 38, catch our breath, and then off we go until we get nuked by 10:30. Okay, so this guy's teetering. That's not good. Viviz is considering its life choices as well. Dow, get Mivis out of the way. And the Dow is thinking about ending it all. Except the S&P is doing great and the NASDAQ is doing great, so what's wrong with you, Mr. Dow? Mr. Dow is having a bad day. So they're blaming about the Fed. I mean, half the articles are like, the world is ending, and then another article is like, optimism's in the air. It's like, nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. They're just guessing. Oh my god. Yeah, we have earnings week. I mean, that's a useless article as well. Yeah. No, well, I'll probably find out later what's going on with the Dow. I bet if I loaded up the market window, the sectors, it's probably one of the big components of the Dow. It's probably having a bad day, like Microsoft or I think it's Microsoft's in the Dow. So they're not industrial. Well, 3M and families. Actually, we might be able to see them here. So we're just, I'll put AMC back here so we can look at that. Not that it really matters because I think the Dow is really holding us in place. Let's see who's getting shot in the foot today. Prolax Bio, Urban Tea, Revolution Medicines, pharmaceuticals, an energy company. Bio. Oh, Pinterest just took an 11% hit. Wonder what that's about. Probably earnings, I guess. Chef's Warehouse. Oh, I didn't know they were publicly traded. I didn't even know they were a chain. I thought they were a local store. Like, they really look like they're just a low-end local store, at least the one here. Oh, cool. Helena Troy Corp. I forget what they do. Okay, so I don't see any big names here. Yeah. Wonder who's, other than Pinterest, wonder who's doing that. Generally, when money gets printed, Shopify's up 10%. That's a local. That's actually in Ottawa, headquarters here. A random, like, looks like Vietnamese wealth management co. It was positive, and now it's not. Yeah, that's going to be my, if I make an OTC for you guys to invest in me, I'm going to call it something like that, like the Justin Kelly for a Better Life Investment Management Company Co. Just something really stupid. It's for kids that want to read good and do other things good too. Let's see. CIA pharmacist. Oh boy. Okay, good. That's Spanish. I was like, whoa, the CIA's got into pharmaceuticals. CIA, not a black ops corp. Oh, that seems legit. Okay, so we should be up here in the top movers. Where are we? We're not in here. Yeah, we got to be in here. Well, Mivis, AMD. AMD is still doing good. Damn. Okay, that should be our breakout. Man, how is Ford always up here? Holy crap. What's with people liking Ford? Like, it's just a fucking stock. But they're just playing it. Yeah, alright. Well, maybe just because it's a single letter. Maybe it sells. Oh, there we are. I was going to say, how are we not up here? And I had a selected of all things. Fuck me. Yeah, maybe because it's a single letter, it's gotten to the Wall Street crowd. Okay, good. That's Microsoft. Yeah. Yeah. So Microsoft and GE are taking a hit. Maybe that's what's doing it to the Dow. It's this guy. Oh. All in all, I think we're good. Yeah, look at us. We're leading the pack. So once again, volume leader. Oh, yeah. What are we at now? Whew. Is it 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock. Okay, so we're a little bit lower than normal. I thought we were a little earlier in the day. That's good. We're on track. 10 million by 10. That's not bad. 20 is usually our high. 10 million is solid. So what that tells us is that this is pretty much retail investors, or that was retail investors and this is smart money, but no new people are really playing today. So nothing to worry about. We can go back to our our regular scheduled programming. Nothing to see here. Sirius XM is still holding on. I'm just going to do a quick check. I know we're bull running, but I want to see. Sirius cannot be doing well. Let's look at their all-time. Yeah, that's when they dominated the market. Okay, because I'm like, man, they are fucking toast compared to what they were, and as a result, yeah, and this is them getting into streaming. But man, there's your company, and then 2000 pop, you're fucking done. And they recovered slightly in 2004, but no. And they're probably circling in 2008 when nobody would buy luxury goods. No shit. Still, I don't know if that's a recovery play. I don't think it's ever going back to there. It's done. Anyways, yeah. I forgot they were publicly traded. They're toast. That is a... So that's what could happen to us, right? So if we're kind of here, if we do a pop like that, we're not coming back from it just because it's too big and you had your chance. But the things that require you to have a pop like that, like you'd have to go up to like $40 in the span of a couple months. So we're here. So we're still just trucking along. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think we're at risk for any of that. We're not even high enough for a pop. We're at 11. Struggling to get to 12. So that may have been a pennant, and now we're making another pennant. All right. So we just keep on pennanting. So that breakout was defeated at the midpoint of this W, if you will. So it completed its W-ish on this shoulder, and now it's rolling. But then it could turn into an S shape, and we could take off. I was hoping for an S shape here, but it didn't happen. So it turned into a W. Or basically it's an S shape, but half of it is missing, and it developed a U shape afterwards. And the combination makes a W shape, and the larger pattern ends up being a flag on a stick. And that's kind of how technicals work. On the low level, you have a small version that usually is part of a bigger version, which if we zoom out is part of a bigger version. And the key is to try to keep that all in your head at the same time. Yeah, the dip before the rip. Yep. Now we can take a look at our viewers today. We're only at 100 playbacks today. We got 40 people in here. That's pretty good. That means we have our loyal, diehard crowd. But we definitely suffer viewership losses when the stock is slow. Our peak so far was 50. And that was at around 940. Yeah. There you go. Serious business account. So hopefully this is the breakout. Yeah. Well, at least I called the title at the start. I didn't think today was going to be a bad day. The pre-market was weird, but I was really hoping that would happen, and I'm glad it paid out. But now you see we should be up here doing that. We're down here doing this. Or actually, a better way to say it is this. So if everything was great, we would be doing that, right? So right now we would be in the 12s trying to figure life out, right? So that's what I was saying earlier about being deflated. Yeah. Oh well, sets us back maybe half a day. Hopefully, just half a day. So our volume's just gone right down to zip. Holy crap. Oh, right. Forgot. Sorry, hold on. There we go. That's stupid. That's 90 million. That's huge. It's going to make it look like garbage, but we still had a reduction. We're getting twos and threes. There's a 900 in there. Yeah. But it's still a considerable reduction in volume. So there was a lot of anger here, which is probably just profit taking on this. But this has almost no commitment. Now we should see the volume spike. Yeah, we are, as it does its breakout right here. I'll just leave it like this so I can see the volume. Yeah, see the volume go up? Like fucking clockwork. Yeah. As I like to say, it's almost like I know what I'm doing. So hopefully we get a little bit more. Usually a boost is a little bit
bigger than that. But we did stop, so that's not a good sign. Come on, volume. Bueller. I love it when a stock just stops dead in its track for no apparent reason. We have 100 volume, meaning no one has traded a single share. Oh, there we go. There's 500 shares. There's 900 shares. Woo wee. We're just burning through the shares right now. Oh my god. Wow, that was so garbage. Okay, now we're starting to see a little bit more volume. We're at 700 shares. Now my volume's not 100% accurate. It's just relative. But we're normally doing 2,000 a minute, let's say. Here we go. There's some commitment, 1.3 thousand. You can see the volume here in real time. Or you can just look at this. But there we go. That's some commitment. But it's still pretty silly that, we're moving at 1 to 2,000 and then we stop, frozen, unmoving. Yeah. So that's kind of what I thought was going to happen. So the green stopped early, which means it's probably going to try to pull itself back into the pennant, and it did. Well, it hasn't yet, but it did go down. Yeah, you should have got a little bit more height, and that was the warning sign. But then we froze, so it's like, oh, what are we doing? Come on, cross the line, get back in the pennant, and then we can break out again. Get it over with. Ugh. Okay, that might have been us entering the pennant and coming out of it. That was a serious volume boost. But then again, we freeze. Oh my god. Okay, so now we're back in the pennant. The stock really doesn't know what it wants to do. So are we going to boost out? We're basically breaking out and breaking in. This is so shitty. But you can see how the volume just keeps surging because we're going over the line. So it's like blah, blah, but it doesn't have any energy. So all we're getting are these little micro boosts. And it's like, oh, it's pathetic. So this is kind of rare, but this is what happens when you get stuck on a line of especially, what's it called? Pennant's line. You'll get this boost. Now, eventually, one of these will have gasoline attached to it and will go flying. I think the longest I've ever seen is maybe 5 minutes of this. It would be incredible to see it go all the way down. Just follow that blue line all the way down till 10:30. But I've never seen that. I'm sure it exists somewhere, but that would be extremely rare in my books. Normally what happens is after a few minutes, you end up committing to a direction. In this case, now we're inside the pennant. So we should expect lower volume than what we previously had the last 2 minutes. And then we're just going to float up or down, and then, the regular process. Yeah. But we're getting pretty close. If we keep going sideways, we're eventually going to hit the top, right? So we should be... Oh, it's touching the line again. Are you going to Freedom Town? Freedom Town, USA? So this is resistance, basically, of going through the line. Since we're, I guess, below the line, it's kind of hard to tell. So we're touching it, but we're not going over it. So it's not a boost, but more of a resistance. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, it's interesting how the second it gets touching the line, how much the volume just like goes through the roof. It's like a volume, a garden hose of volume just sprays everywhere. So, always amazes me. Come on, give us some green. Get us over this stupid blue line. Wow, wow, look at the volume here. Holy crap. We're just duking it out. They do not want to move. I didn't realize how big the numbers are. These are small, but there was thousands in there a second ago. It will just looks like it's the battle of Helm's Deep Mark II. Just catching up on the chat. Looks like there's going to be a new cult forming. That's good. That's glad to have inspired it, helped it form. All right, come on, give us that breakout. Although we got 8 minutes to do this breakout, or 9 minutes. My clock's a little fast. Yeah, the lemon cult already exists. It's already taken. And you can tell I haven't had my coffee this morning. I'm just yawning like hell. Um, okay, the Dow's gone sideways. What about GME? Sideways. So we might be able to. Oh, someone's calling me. Give me 1 second. Hello.
Hello, Hey there. Sorry about that. That was my doctor just checking that I'm not dead. But I do like backstops. I'm just negotiating the rights for our movie deal. Yeah. Oh man, that took a lot of energy out of me. Yeah. So we basically broke out and then fucking collapsed on ourselves. Ah, balls. She was like, "Oh, but you can trade stocks, so you can work." And I'm like, stocks are actually easier than working." I won't really explain it to you, but stocks are a joke. Yeah. We're trying to be a software programmer. It's fucking difficult. You're trying to solve problems. Yeah, stocks are easy, up or down. It's not hard. All right, so that fucking sucks. So let's see what murdered us. Not the Dow. Oh, what time is it? 10:30. So did we get the 10:30 dip? And 10:30 dip was here. So we dipped, and then again, it's that whole give it another 10 minutes. And then we actually saw the effects of the dip. So this might still just be the dip. It's still a little extreme, but easy come, easy go, right? So that extreme might be because there's no support here. The good news is you get to see me catch up on a stock. So this is what you do when you come back after work and go, what the fuck happened? So Dow's good. S&P is holding. NASDAQ is not good. Wow, everything everything pretty much took a nosedive on the dip, so it's been a general poopy pants. Yeah, starting at 1020, basically, you can see it was going good, then it went flat, and then it's like meh. And then the NASDAQ, same thing. Going good, went flat, then meh at the same time. For us, we were going bad, but we stabilized, and now we're going the opposite direction at exactly the same time. That is weird. The Dow is essentially being the bipolar opposite of this. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah. So for us, we should be lifted by both GME and AMC, so we should not be going down. How heavy is the NASDAQ? Negative 20. S&P is positive 12, and the Dow is still negative 33. I think this is short term. We shouldn't see this much negativity. This might have been a little too much. So if we take this piece here, oh man, if we take this part here, and we move that up, kind of deal. So we would have basically stayed around 11, and we wouldn't have had this breakdown because this red, or it would have stayed in this first channel, not the second one. So this here is really what just shifted us down. Again, that whole line with cars thing I was talking about yesterday. Yeah, so now that I'm back, the stock will recover because I have that effect on it. You better damn well recover. I'm watching you now. But yeah, sorry about that phone call. I forgot I had a doctor's phone call today, and basically she's just checking in that I'm not dead or suicidal or whatever. And I'm like, if my greatest fear is not being dead, suicide is not a thing. I'm just trying to not be dead. And she's like, yeah, that's good. And I'm like, yeah, it better be good. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, fuck. I'll be happy when this medical problem gets itself, when it gets unfucked. So here's the larger pennant, and so there's your breakdown. So that might have also been why that was so big. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. But if we can get back into the pennant, then we might be doing a swing and a pop. Yeah. Yeah, definitely take advantage of this sub 11 price for sure. I think in the long run, we're still on the U shape. So it may get a little bit worse, but we're pretty much done. The 910s. It would take a lot for us to go back now. Looking at the macro, so the larger picture, which is what macro means for those that may not be the best at English. So we have our U shape, right? So this is the 50% roll. If we can gas it real good, we might be able to, if we could somehow get to 14 by end of day, then we're back on track to, well, actually, if we get to 14 at the end of the day, it's going to be kind of weird. So we have a U shape. We broke down right here about the halfway mark, and we're curving. So what we want to do is basically gas it and get back to where we should be. And in this case, this would be end of day to do this gassing. So we should be ramping up towards 14. So today should have been 12 to 13 or so, or possibly 12 to 14 should have been today if we follow this, right? This is what we had left. But we broke down at the 50% mark. So this is our U shape right here, the side of it. So what we want to see is like from now, we want to gas and close the gap. That's probably not going to happen. The problem too is that if we gas and close the gap, we're going to probably bounce. Even if we go up gradually, right? We're going to probably bounce off of 14 just because it's a heavy support line. So whatever. But the point is, this chestnut is done. The likelihood of us going back into this territory is quite done. We might touch this and we might land here. That's a possibility if we get severe negativity, right? So that means we could go down another, let's say 10%, but that's about it. We're not going down into, down $2 and into this sea of crap. If we survived over a few bazillion months, or not bazillion months, we survived over a month and a half of this garbage, then we can survive larger, right? Well, actually, we're not even at a month and a half yet. We're at a full month. Let's say a full month. A month and a half is probably what it's going to take for us to fully clear this whole thing, because we're going to bounce, and that's going to take a week and a bit. So a month and a half is about here. Here. Right. So anyway, sorry, I misspoke. I was looking at the long term, but just to complete the U, we should be done in the next 2 days or the next week for sure. Then getting past the U, I don't know. So, but yeah, it's looking like it. I think we're out of the woods because there was a risk that we did a crown shape, which would have happened around here. Let's just erase everything. So I'm looking a little bit more at the macros. You can watch the chart here, but I want to take a look at the larger picture because we're kind of at a crucible, a precipice, a turning point. So we could have had a crown right about here or potentially here. That didn't happen. So then we started to level out, which means, the negativity didn't happen, so only positivity can happen. And then we had all of this period of being negative, which was a downward slope. The tops were all basically angling this way. The turning point was really the 21st of this month, which was like, 7 days ago. Then we saw the turning point, and then it was sealed with the 23rd. And then the 24th and the 25th basically proved it even more so. And then yesterday was basically the turning point, which is going into today, the 50% mark. We had that shot down at around 1 o'clock, I believe, 125 or so. We started to curve, and now we're following up with the curve today. So it's not horrible. This is kind of expected. If we are indeed doing this, we're basically right here. So that was yesterday, and then at 1 o'clock we started that. And then we'll have another day of bad, and then we'll bounce, and we'll go down to probably 10:45. If that's this. If it's not this, we're going to do this and do that, or we're going to do invisible line and we just did something like this. We got pushed over by something, and now we're going to come back and reform the line. And that could be the case of because of the change in the shares, right? There's some type of news that caused us to drift to the right. And the morning definitely looked like this was the case because we came right back roaring. But the fact that we're stuttering right now leads me to believe it's either this. So we're right here in the day, and by the end of the day we're gonna start to ramp up. If that doesn't happen, then it's gonna be this. We're at the middle, and we're gonna see a day that's kind of like this, and then the next day is gonna be like this, and we're gonna finish this shape. So I don't know which one we're at yet. It's too early, but that's our choices basically. I mean, I guess we could also do this, but that would require some new news. Same with straight up, although this would be the closest one to straight up. So anyways, so now you're getting a little technical lesson. So we don't know which one yet, but just looking at the macro, yeah, we're basically we're trading between here now, basically this peak and this guy here. Yeah. Yeah, and hopefully we get a bounce like that, or even better like that. But yeah, worst case, we basically make a cup and a handle. So let's take a look at that. Let's look at the worst case. So worst case, if we're doing this, here's your cup, right? Your handle would be either at the top in your roll, which is more common, but this is us failing the cup. So we didn't finish it, and then we roll about here. So this is a little steep for my liking. Like that's a tiny ass handle, right? That doesn't look right. That would be a handle if the cup stopped here. So that could be us completing the U shape that is this guy, right? That could be the case. So we're now rolling on this guy, but we also still have the macro, the bigger U shape, right? That guy is going to want us to complete, right? So we would get dragged back. So that would give us the S shape if that was true. If this is not us completing the middle shape, we should see more strength and it should be aggressively going up. If this middle U is not a real thing, we wouldn't have this stutter we have going on right now. Yeah, so we don't know. We're just piecing this together as time goes by, so we'll see what happens. But all in all, that means we're not really going to go down any further. So if it was the big one, we would be stopping around 10. If it's a small guy, we'd stop around 1020 versus 1080. So either small guy or big guy, we're not. The handle can't go this way. That's impossible. So it's either a small one or a larger drawn out one, right? Which generally has less downwards motion. Either way, we're not going anywhere lower than 1020, I would think, based on my due diligence looking at this. Because this is already completed. You can see that if that's the small handle, it's done. It can't go down. Like there's no way for it to invert, right? It can't go backwards. So that's about as steep as it can get, right? So then we should see the positivity making this an S, basically. Because in an S shape, right, that's about as good as it gets. The only thing it can do next is that, or straight down. It cannot make any backwards motion. It's impossible. So I think we might be done. And so maybe we'll come out swinging. So if we can get over 11, maybe we'll come out swinging to 12. And so if we look at the macro, right, this would be like this, and then we come up to 12 like that, right? And there's that. If you've been following along, there's the classic S shape, right? If things go great, we would just do that, which I don't think is going to happen. But that would be the best case. Worst case, we keep drifting down, and we're going to smoke 1040, which is basically where we're almost, we're 40 cents away from, right? And then we'll have our bounce, and then that leg is going to delay us till the end of the week. So we'll spend all of tomorrow recovering. And that will just make a big S shape. Or what,
peaks and valleys and all that sort of shit, right? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. But I don't know if it's a small cup. We finished like a really long small cup, and we're just making a small handle, or add another $2 and there's a bigger cup. Because it could easily be a small cup. There's a shoulder here. There's a top here. Yeah, so if I look, yeah, it's possible that the cup, there's a shoulder here, right? Generally, I don't count these as shoulders because you're falling down. I usually use where you start from the falling down. But that is a sizable amount of time. That's basically a whole day, almost. What is that? That is 5 hours. So it's pretty much an entire day. So it's possible. Spam call. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. Let's see how it plays out. And do keep in mind that even with this due diligence, right? We're still at the mercy of the market, the whole market, right? So if the Dow wants to go tank, if the S&P and the Nasdaq want to go nuclear, because they're going sideways right now, right? And they're going tightly sideways. It's like they're anticipating something or worried about something. If they go south or GME goes south, we're going with it, right? So keep that in mind. That's why we always want to be as positive as possible so we can weather the bad. If we're doing bad, then things only get worse, right? Now this is a dome shape, right? This is a pretty bad shape. The good news is the bottom of the dome is right here. So that only sets us back to 971, which might have been what happened right here, right? We hit the bottom of the dome a little early, but we basically completed it. So that's good. Now the bad is that there is a gap here. So if we go past that point, we're basically going to free fall back to 1022. The good news is that's about the end of it. I don't think we could go any further down easily. So this is technically easy come, easy go. You know, that was only 2 days ago. But this here, you can see is clearly a strong line. It's tight and it's ready to go. So there's clearly something happened here, which was probably the news, which started off this. And you can see the volume here is strong. The commitment to go to here is very strong. The commitment to do this is a lot of resistance. But when you start going down, see the volume? There's no commitment to this downwards motion. So this is not as strong as this, which means this is easily undone, and this is not easily undone. So there's a lot of up. Everyone wants it to go up is essentially what the volume is saying. So that also means that we probably are not going to travel into this territory. And if we do, there's going to be a hell of a lot of fighting, and we'll see it with larger volume. So anyways, so that's kind of how you do technical analysis in a nutshell, right? You look at the volume, look at the commitment, look at what the stock told you, or yeah, told you. It's always in the past, not telling you, told you, yeah. Yeah, so I would actually probably say it's a good time to take a long-term bet. So I think, yeah, we probably have at least this. So basically 12. 12 is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, see, it says 999, 97. That's basically 12. So we got an upside to 12, but after 12, you know, that if we keep with this trend, we should be at 1270 by now. So that as time goes by, we want to be here. So we should have more and more desire as time goes by to get past 12. And then we might just break past 12 and then get back to that line, right? But yesterday, right, there's no desire to get by 12. There's the point. As time goes by, the desire becomes larger and larger, especially as we go down, right? So as we get further away from 12, there's more desire to go back there. Which you can think of it as its gravitational pull, but that's not quite. Gravitational pull would be around here. That's what's stopping us from going down, which was right about probably that. Once we broke free of it, we started drifting down. And you can see the volume didn't really increase aside from here today, this morning.
So there wasn't really a commitment to go down. So this is just us floating away, basically. And as we get further away, we'll float further faster because there's nothing supporting us. There's no support lines except for here and the one we just got close to, right? So now we're seeing a slowdown, right? Because we're getting closer to this guy, which is 163 or so. But are we going to turn around? I think the desire to go up is strong, but if we have no volume and the stock market is going to keep, going sideways, I don't know, right? We should be going up. But should does not mean we will. So, yeah, and we're getting dangerously close to, so basically we opened up on the support line. Yeah, see how that works out? We basically opened up right on this support line. Yeah, and so basically if we go below this support line, it's the same as going below this one, which means we're going down to 1031. So, yep, you'll just have to play this by ear. But we are looking like we're making a big-ass pennant. So the pennant would have started basically here. And so you have indecision, but we're riding at the top of the indecision, right? Because I just told you, right, we're drifting down. We want to be at 12, but something has happened. Some news happened, which we now know is the dilution and the SEC filings. So we have that. So we're riding at the top of the channel. So you can look at this also as a channel, right? We're riding at the top of the channel, but that's basically a wedge because we're undecided. We have a general direction, but we're undecided about it, right? Now, if we just keep going like this, it's more intelligent to call it a channel than it would be a wedge. But my guess is because we have indecision and you're starting to see it's getting a little bit more wiggly, although right now it's not, I think we're going to probably have either a breakdown, which would again line up with this guy, or if we can manage to turn that frown upside down, it's going to be 11:30 or 11:15. That's going to give us the boost to then refight the 12, right? And then that is technically also, again, the S power shape, right? And again, it's breaking out of the support lines. And you see how that all just kind of fucking comes together? But that's because technical analysis is you using words and shapes to undercover the truth. And so if you use different things, they're all undercovering the same truth. So they're all going to work because the truth is the same, right? So the more times that your technicals work, the more accurate you are because you're undercovering the same truth. But the caveat is, if you've lied to yourself, you're uncovering the same lie that you think is true. So all of your technicals pile in to prove the same lie. But generally what would happen is your technicals won't be right. There's something wrong. And when you see the little bits of wrongs and they start to pile up, it means you've done something wrong. Just like we found out the other day. I couldn't figure out what's going on. And then I realized my technical was off. I was measuring from a wrong spot. And then this makes a lot more sense. And then everything starts to make sense. And then all of a sudden your technicals start working again. And so that's why you got to keep reassessing, right? So anyways, long spiel aside, that's the game. That's how you play it. And you learned something. So anyways, we gotta play the game. And thank you for the lovely promotion. My name. I've pinned your message. All right, so let's hope we get a little bit of surge. Yeah, it's fucking sucks that the 1030 dip, right, didn't happen, so it got delayed. Did the Dow dip? Yeah, it did. And it surged. Yeah, see, we should have saw this. Let's see what we would have looked like. I love this little copy and paste. So you can basically take something and put it over here. So we should have saw, we might be delayed just because of the volume, but basically after 10:30, we should have done this. We should have ripped, right? That's what in my brain, that's what I was seeing. We would do a W. After the dip, we would get the gas that we had earlier. So what the fuck's this, right? Did more news come out, maybe? Okay, so looking at the financial news, ethanol, then we'll have federal target rate. I think that's a really super important one. Yeah, I think that's an important one. When the federal rate, the target rate comes out, if that changes, shit goes sideways fast. So maybe that's, if I'm remembering this correctly, I used to have the financial charts up because they're fairly important. But when you're only doing one stock and the stock isn't really affected by the market, I stop paying attention, right? It's just extra noise. But that might be what's going on. But then they should have priced that in ages ago. Oh, I'm losing on Mivis. So my bet on Mivis is losing, but I'm sure it's going to come back down. So I'll leave that up. Yeah, see, the S&P is basically literally sideways. The NASDAQ is drifting down, and it's been doing that for quite a bit of time. But why all of a sudden showing weakness when you're after a huge tear? Why now? Why weakness now, right? Something happened yesterday that affected everyone. And you can see it here too, right? Something happened yesterday. And even the Dow, right? The Dow basically took a nosedive and we needed the giant lemon to bail it out. So, yeah, I don't know. It looks like, just from looking at the chart, right? I can see that it looks like it's anticipating something. So maybe there's a meeting, conversation, news, something. Yeah, so there's the news now. Yeah. So this is what I was saying yesterday, right? So the news broke probably at like 1 o'clock yesterday, right? But the news, the people that write the news don't write it till like 5 hours later, right? But the market will react to it instantly, or usually within like a minute or two. So that's why, like, I say, oh, I see something, I feel something, right? There is something there, but we won't find out till the next day generally. We found out about the FinTel this morning. I looked at FinTel yesterday and it wasn't there, but it probably showed up just after I looked, right? So, anyways, so don't try to stay ahead of the news because it's very hard, is the moral of the story there. But if you get used to, you see there's something happened here. If it can't be explained by, in this case, a wedge, then start, you want to see how much of an impact. You can see the impact of the news. You don't know what it is, but you can see what it's doing, right? So then you can gauge, do I have to take my money out? Is the market going to go nuclear? All of that sort of stuff, right? So, anyways, so that's your little crash course on news. So right now something's going on as well, and I don't know what. There's something that's dragging the market sideways, and so we're going sideways too. I don't know, but at least we did get a big whale buy-in at somewhere at around 11. Actually, you know what? It might be just at 11. Maybe they bought the dip at 11. So that's good. So we got a whole bunch of whales at 11. Now I wonder, is there any indication the whale got out? So there's here. Did we get a boost? No boost of negative volume. So the whale's still in. Good. So that's a good sign. I mean, if he gets out of the market, there would be a giant bloody hole from this green. And two, it would mean that they know something we don't know, which means there is something that's wrong.
but we don't know it yet, right? Because we'll always be behind the insiders and the smart money. So when everybody's bailing ship, it's probably a good indication that something's up. But we confirmed this morning that the volume was low. Now the volume's pretty good, but it was low at the very opening. So there clearly wasn't a mass exodus, which is why it recovered, right? But why hasn't it continued, right? We could have done a U, we could have done a W. Something happened here that stopped us from doing that. And something here, but it might have been too early because of the dip, stopped us from doing this. So I'm going to blame the dip for this one. But then here, that could have been a breakout on we drifted down and we broke out on a pennant. That's what that's telling us. But why did we just suddenly go tick, 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 right? So, and why didn't these support lines support us, right? So it's almost like something happened there, and then that triggered the technical there. And now we're just recovering from the technical breakdown. So, but what was that? And that was 1040. So you might be able to find out what that is. And then I can go look at the Dow, and I should see something as well. So 1040 is here. So they went flat and then they went positive. So something good for them. They were already in a bull run, which we didn't react to. GME. What about GME? 1040. 1040. So GME did that. They went like this. So nothing but positivity. They were crashing till 1005. 1005. Yeah, so they were crashing here with us, and then we went up. So they did the same thing as us, basically. Yeah, which, makes sense. We're tied at the hip. I don't know. Something's up here. Something caused this. And I don't know why we're not responding to the Dow. So it must mean there's something heavy that's... Yeah, this is when I stepped away from the computer, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, so that's what I'm seeing here, right? This is all normal. I mean, it's kind of shitty. It's like jagged Batman. There's a bat here. There's a cat here. So a bat looks like this. A cat looks like this, and then usually has a tail, which is right here. So there's a kitty, and there's a bat. Oh, and bats usually have this. Sorry, that's the other difference. Whereas a cat, it could be like that. So that's what I call a bat and a cat. So cats are usually indicative of a turnaround, which is what we did. So you have your spike, and then it kind of fizzles out, and the cat's tail usually then leads to the turnaround. Whereas a bat, it comes in and it comes out fast, and usually leading to it's basically a U shape with a bump in the middle is essentially what a bat is. That's essentially a U shape, but it failed in a true U shape, right? So the cat shows the failure, the indecision, and that indecision stopped the stock here instead of having it go back to here. So you lost that because of this here. That stopped you from going up. So if you didn't, you would have had a bat, right? And it would have nice wings. There's the bat's body, and there's its ears. But yeah, so that little bit of hesitation there was your warning that it wasn't going to go all the way back. But that doesn't mean it would go here and crash. It just means it's going to stop probably at the halfway mark, and then it's going to roll, and then maybe it goes up. But that didn't happen. We had too much negativity, and then we had even more negativity here. So I don't know what caused that, right? Let's overlay the Dow. So what I'm doing right now, I'm not talking too much about AMC. I'm just trying to uncover what's going on so then I can predict the future. Because if I don't know what's going on, wow, the Dow and GME are like hand in hand. That's something you don't see every day or ever. What about us?
If we crush us, are we all in the same boat? No, see, we're not. We're too extreme. Let's see if I bring us really far down. We just line up with the middle. No, see, we're going down when we should be going up. Whereas look at GME. If I level out GME, it's almost hand in hand. That is so weird. The fuck is going on today? Yeah, see, GME and the Dow never go hand in hand. Like if I put them together, see the gap? They don't merge. You know, they might have brief moments where, but it doesn't last at all, right? Yeah. Oh wait, is this us? No, that's the Dow. Yeah, okay. So there's the Dow. So you can see there's even less moments, right? But if I put these together, we will be very similar if I can get the scale right. We follow almost hand in hand with GME. They go up, we go up. But with the Dow, yeah, the Dow shouldn't match. So the Dow, we match the Dow, so the Dow will match GME a little bit because there's a little bit of the Dow in us. So therefore, there's a little bit of Dow in the GME, but they don't generally follow like they are right now. They are really close to each other. Whereas we are not following the Dow, and we are not following GME. That is weird. But we did get news, right? So there is something special about us. We got news that no one else has, right? So they're just running on autopilot, and we're reacting. Yeah, so maybe that's it. Maybe we're just seeing the repercussions of the news, right? So, yeah, sorry about that. I did screw that up earlier. Yeah, so this is GME and the Dow merged here, and this is us. Yeah, I screwed that up earlier, but you can see how friggin' close they are together. That's weird. And then when you take the Dow and put it on us, even if you adjust for the differences and all that sort of stuff, you can say that this is the same, but look at the delta here, right? And then if you take GME, look at the delta. So something happened to like 1042, or we came out of the dip and we're just not having it anymore. So anyways, and that goes back to here, right? We should be going up. Maybe the technical breakdown is what contributed to the delta difference. Oh, maybe that's it. You know what? Maybe that's it. I bet you that's it. Let me measure. Give me a second here. Don't mind me just rambling here. So if we get rid of this breakdown, and then we just have the normal flow, which is changed because we're below. Let's see where that gets us. And then if I reattach this, and make this, this one. Make this one bigger. Let's see. That's it. That's what's going on. Okay, nothing to worry about. Solved it. Okay, so what's going on is, I just deleted everything, including my indicators. Okay, so I got it. Took me a minute there, because you don't always see it, which is why you got to just keep throwing shit and see when the spaghetti sticks. So what it is because of this technical breakdown, which was because of a wedge, right? I got to stop right-clicking. So there was a wedge here. Because, whatever, we went down this amount, that has just drifted us down, but we're actually still following. We're just deflated. So if we knock this piece out right here, and we attach this piece right here, which is the normal market flow, we end up being up here, and we end up matching GME, and we end up matching the Dow. So when the Dow was basically surging up, we didn't see any of it because we were in the middle of a technical breakdown. Now, what caused the technical breakdown might be just technical breakdown, right? There was a pennant here, but that's the reason why they look different. So there you go, solved it. Now we know that this isn't negative. It's just a technical breakdown, which means we should recover. So we can expect more positivity. Yep. So anyway, so there you go. You got to experience the full technical experience. Oh, I need some friggin' food. Okay. I'm gonna forage for food. I'll just stay on the line here. Ow. My stomach is killing me. Maybe we'll have un poisson. We'll have some fish, if I said that right. As much as I would like to speak fluent French, it's the French that they teach in Canada is neither French nor worthy of your fluency. It's 1800s French. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So for those that care about technical analysis, this will be a good one for the highlight reel. But yeah, essentially, that's what you have to do. And if you end up finding out that you can't figure it out, it's most likely because of news or something that has happened in the background. But again, it doesn't really matter. It's just, for me, I want to know what's going on so that I can guess if we're going to have a negative day or a positive day in sentiment. Are people going to be upset or are they going to be happy, right? And because the volume wasn't lining up with the negativity, but then the volume wasn't lining up with the positivity, I'm like, well, which one is it? You can't be both. You can't be both unhappy and not happy at the same time. Because if that's the case, the stock wouldn't move and the volume would be zero and today would just be a garbage day. So I was making sure that wasn't the case. So with all of that said, the question now is, okay, if we're positive, things are good, we're generally happy, when is the kickoff going to be? When are we actually going to go up, right? And then I can't answer that because that is a matter of volume and that is a matter of time and everyone else, right? So nobody can answer that question. But at least the general consensus is we're going up as per the stonk chart. All right, good. Okay, food is cooking in the Easy Bake Oven. All right, let's take a look at the stonk. Yeah, I haven't been feeling well lately, so I usually eat before. Yeah, we're going sideways. We should have our breakout soon. So it's getting its support, and then it's going to bust out. Yeah, 12 o'clock bust out's not bad. 1 o'clock is our strongest part of the day. If it's sideways, 1 o'clock will be our last hope. I shouldn't say it's our strongest. Mornings are our strongest before the dip. Then this period is our second strongest. And we basically lost our entire 10:30 to now because of that technical breakdown, which is unfortunate, but dem the brakes, right? Nothing we can do about it. So, yeah, basically it looks like today is just going to be a sideways day. And then if today is a sideways day and we don't go any further down, then we can expect that we're completing the, let's just see here if I draw on the wall. So we're completing then the larger handle shape. If you go back to that earlier technical analysis, yeah, we'd be doing the larger. If we go down really negative, like we just crashed in the next minute, then we'd be completing the smaller handle. The bigger handle is going to be better because that tells us that the U shape is big. It's a big U, not a small U. So we actually want to complete that U. If it's a small U, then we have no drive to go up. If it's a small cup, we've completed it. So now we're free to go any direction, but that means we can also go down, right? But if we have a desire to do the big U and we just couldn't do it, so we collapse at the halfway mark, not the top of the small U, that's the difference, then we have a desire to go up, which is what I'm seeing and what I think and what I feel is correct. But the stock will tell me if I'm right or wrong by basically if it goes up or down today, we'll know where we stand. And then if for some psycho reason we just gas it, then, like I said earlier, we'll be back on track for the large U finishing it, which would be hella rare, but who knows? Who knows? I sure don't. And nor does any other YouTube talking head personality. Because if they knew, they wouldn't be doing YouTube shows. They'd be making money. We're still sideways. Yeah. I'm trying to find some potatoes. Got to keep my my levels up here. Vegetables. I don't eat those. Here we go. Potatoes. Yum, 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 yum. I'm digging in a freezer right now. It's a big freezer. I'm halfway in it. You're getting the whole experience today. Oh, those are strawberries. Those aren't potatoes. I don't eat fruit. And I guess potatoes are vegetables, but... that's sad. All there is... Oh, that might be it. No, that's pasta. Damn it. I want potatoes. Still sideways. Not missing anything. What's this? Oh, Indian food. Pierogies. Half a cow. Get out of the way. I eat a lot of meat. I'm lifting currently a third of a cow. Well, no. Let's say a 20th of a cow. Nice. Okay, well, I guess there's no potatoes. Oh, there's half a pig. Just rolled out of a bag. Damn it. I thought I had some potatoes. My dreams crushed. I was like, you know what? I'm going to have some potatoes today. Watch the stock, eat some potatoes. Yes, whenever there's indecision, you can definitely have a pennant. Oh boy, that took all the energy out of me. Whew. Yeah, I got some digestive issue that, whoa, makes me sick whenever I do anything strenuous, such as lifting half a cow or a 20th of a cow, because a cow is really big, so it's more like a 20th. It's like a giant half a leg of a cow, or I guess a portion of a leg of a cow, because I guess I don't know really how big a cow's leg would be if you chopped it off the cow. But it's a lot of meat. I gotta defrost it and break it down, but it's heavy. Got farmers in our family, so sometimes we get wholesale animal. Okay. So yeah, usually when you have indecision, you have a pennant. So there's the first one. And then you have a channel right here, a tight channel, which basically lines up with this. You could move the channel down to incorporate maybe more. If you wanted to do like this, there's a channel there. But I would argue that there's a channel here, and then there's a lower channel, which is basically here. And you can see that now that I draw it, right? So you have one channel here, and there's a general attitude to go this way. Then it gets boosted up, but it's still keeping the same trend, right? It's still going the same way, basically along this black line, but it's in the upper channel. Now it's in the lower channel of that. So now we've broken out of the channel. We've completed a W shape, and now we're rolling, which is normal. But you see the indecision? We can't even get over 11. We're smashing against 11, which is what's happening right now. So we're basically just banging against 11 to try to go up. which is sad, but that's it. So there was a W here, a really bad one, and then it completed at 11. If this 11 wasn't here, we'd probably go up to 1104. But I think that's what's going on if I just draw some technicals. Because I couldn't really make a pennant here. I mean, you could maybe make a macro pennant somewhere. Like you could draw from here. I don't really like pennants like this because to me they seem out to lunch. They're too far. There's too much, like, why would it go all the way up and then play at the very top of the pennant, right? Like, it seems too much, right? But here, I'm going to just draw a mega pennant and see what happens, right? So the top is decent, right? So if I use that top there, no top breaches that top, and I'm using this guy here, so that's valid. The bottom is valid, obviously, because I picked the biggest and the second biggest. So if that's the case, then we would have a breakout. Yeah, actually, that adds up. So if that's the case, we're going to have a breakout when we get over 11, right? And that's absolutely right. And if we continue to go sideways, we'd have a breakout before 11 because we're going sideways for too long and we know we want to go up. But if we get pushed down, we would either break down on 1081, which is true, or we break down sooner as time goes by because, again, the longer you go, the more likelihood you'd go down, which means it takes less to crash the further you go out if you're not going up. Yeah, so actually, yeah, you could do a mega pennant. That does play out, and the psychology does play out on that. Yeah, that's valid. Good eye, Mr. Backstop. But see, that's how I use technicals to verify, right? We know the psychology, and then all the technicals, if we keep drawing technicals, they should all reinforce our points. And then we know we got it right, or close, because right is relative. Yeah. So hopefully this is the push. So now, once we go over 11, if this pennant is correct, which there's two pennants here, so potentially one of them is correct, we're going to get a boost from the pennant, and that may give us enough to get over the line. And then once we get over the line, we get a boost from the going over the line. And hopefully the combination of the two gets us enough distance from the gravitational pull of the line, which I would say is probably around here, the 5 cent, because this guy's going to be a bitch. There's a support line, the bottom of this guy. So we're going to boost up, and then we're going to get smoked by 1105. But that's if we can get through this line. We're having a lot of trouble here. You can see it doesn't want to do it. It's hesitating. But let's see. At least today's a thrilling day. It's been pretty good. Aside from this, it's been excellent for at least excitement. And we're about to see some action, I hope, in the positive direction. Hopefully it's not in the downwards. At least our downwards slope is minimized, so that's good. Yeah. All right, let's take a look. Nobody has subbed. Small tier. Let's take a look at the Facebook. So somebody was advocating for the removal of CEOs, and basically, they're like, "Why do we pay CEOs?" And then it's like, "Well, why do we pay athletes so much?" Right? It's the same thing. It's because there's a limited amount of people that can do their job, and then they become stars. So yeah, get rid of CEOs and automate them, right? Make the corporation run on AI.
But then why don't we just get rid of athletes and just have robots play sports, right? But people like the human element, right? We like to have that champion in our corner, or your favorite soccer or football star. There, football. I won't specify what football. There, I'm checking all the boxes. Yeah. But anyways, nothing new on the message standpoint. Mm-hmm. I just quickly check YouTube. And we're doing good. Buy, hold, win. I think that might be the new channel name. It'll be awesome. Buy, hold, and win. Yeah. Yeah, so the golden ratio is similar to my Fibonacci box. So if we use the Fibonacci box, which we can because we have a top and a bottom. So there's the Gantt box. So we have a top and we have a bottom. So we'll probably find, without me even looking at it, we'll probably find that the 50% mark is probably going to be 11. Because that's just how this fucking witchcraft works, right? Let's see. 50% mark is 1102. See? Fucking witchcraft. I don't understand it, but it fucking does it, right? So, yeah, it doesn't want to be at the 50% mark, and the 50% mark becomes the line of scrimmage. It's fucking witchcraft. I don't question it. It just works. So anyways, so yeah, we're basically avoiding the 1102, the 11, and you see we're kind of bouncing off this. I could adjust this so that it lines up better. Hold on. Get rid of this guy. Remove. Get rid of this guy. Let's make this a little bit longer and make this a little bit taller. So I was just guessing off of this, but it looks like it wants to be. Let's see. I'm just going to wiggle it until it lines up properly. That's about right. Yeah, okay. So it just wants to be a little bit lower there. So this one's not right. This one's right, and this one's definitely right. This one's perfect, and this one's good too. So I could leave it there. So that's just a little bit of reduction on that. And yeah, now I'm going to wiggle the bottom and see if I bring the bottom up what it looks like. Maybe. Hard to tell. Anyways, yeah, so it could be even that this is at 11. Actually, let's see what happens when I bring it to 11. Let's drag it down. That lines up. That lines up. That lines up. Yep, that might be it right there. So that's just going a little bit further than this red line. Yeah, just a tiny bit. Or maybe it's right on it. I can't tell. No, it's a little bit more. It's 2 cents more in the down direction. And then I can even bring this up to go perfectly to this guy. And let's see that play out. Yeah, it's pretty close. This is not perfect anymore. That one's good. This one's great. Yep. So anyways, it's weird, but that's how witchcraft works. I don't understand it, but it works. So yeah, anyways, when you have a bottom and a top, you can use this box, and this is basically showing you the bottom, the top, and this is the retraction. It's going to avoid the 5, and it's going to find support on each of these lines, which you can see is pretty much what it has done. Why it works, how it works, I don't fucking know. It just does. But it's very useful if you're day trading and the stock is going down
it's very useful to see how dangerous it is, right? So you can make a play around 5. So if it didn't do this, right, and it bounced, so you see how we could have had a wedge here, right? And the wedge could have broken out. But it's weird. If you think of this as magic, so the stock is telling you that it has the potential to break out, but this chart thing is showing you the same thing. It's saying, look, I don't want to be at 5. So there was a chance that it could have gone up, and the wedge is showing that. And so there's like, I don't, it's I don't even know how to explain it. It's like there's a mystical foreshadowing in the crystal ball, right? So that the chart's telling you what it's trying to do, and yet it doesn't do it, but it was telling you that that 5 line existed, right? Or that support line in the middle existed. Yeah, I don't know how to explain that, but yeah, it's magical. it's yeah, it's so weird. So, and it could be self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, you're definitely right. I don't know. Hard to explain. But anyways, yeah, pretty interesting day so far. It's funny how these things all work out. So weird. Yeah. And maybe one day I'll figure out why these all work, and then I'll unlock the secrets to the universe. I'll just be like, oh, I know this works because basically the rule of thirds. Humans like dividing things into 3. Nature likes dividing things into 3. So that's kind of why this works. But maybe if I find out why nature wants to divide things in 3s, which I kind of think I understand, then I'll get the answer. And that's the whole monkey burns their hands. The first one's a shock, the second one is confirmation, and the third one is full confirmation. So then that's why you do it 3 times, right? First time is like, oh, what's that noise? Second time is like, was it really that or was it this? And then the third time, it's definitely that. Then you don't need a 4th time, right? But you can't stop at 2 because the first time caught you off guard. So the second time is your reaction to try to prove it. Some monkeys stop at 2, right? But most monkeys will stick their hand on the stove for a 3rd time or investigate. And you'll see that yourself. You'll try something, and when it doesn't work properly, you're going to try it a few more times. And that's how you learn, right? You make a noise, or you play a note, or you change the channel, or you try a new game and the menu comes up weird. So you're going to hit the key. No. This key? No. That key. Then when you find out which one it is, that's the second time, you hit it for a 3rd time just to confirm it, right? So anyways, it's that weird 3. But why? Why? I don't know. Maybe that's biological. I don't know, right? That's the real mystery. Yeah. Yeah, people buy shares in 3s. Things are a multiple of 3s all the time, right? It's weird. It's really weird. Just like if you go looking for triangles, you'll find them everywhere. Partly too because we like squares, but squares don't really exist in nature, but triangles do. And then it's like, fuck. And then you get the nautilus shell, and you're like, it's just, oh, sweet God, that's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. All right, looks like my food's done. Wicked. So I cooked some fish, and I baked some breakfast sausages. This is going to make me hella sick, but I'm going to be hella happy. I need something to get me through this this day. Yeah, if you guys need food, probably now the time to go do it. The stock should do some motion, I think, in the next hour, because where we are and where we're positioned, we should see some action. So don't go away for too long, but it probably is going to be a few more minutes before something happens. Ouch, that's a sharp knife. There we go.
Okay, let me just get this food and then I'll come back. So if the stock's just going out of control right now, sorry for not being there. Although I highly doubt that's what's happening. Okay. Un pousson. Dos. Oh, wait, no. Dos? No, dos is Spanish. Un, do, tre. Do. Two. All right. Wow, baked breakfast sausages come out pretty weird. They shrink on the inside, but the skin stays where they are. So you just get like a semi-hollow sausage. Yeah, weird. All right. And since this is a real manly house, I'm going to put some lemon juice and horseradish sauce on this. If I don't have digestive issues, I'll have them soon. All right. God, I love horseradish. That shit is good. Yeah, and then get some lemon juice on there. Because, you know, you have to have a little bit of lemon if you're going to run this channel. And there we go. Tossed on some secret sauce. And we're good. All right, got myself some lunch. Let's see what's going on. And a little bit of a collapse. Not too much. All right, so I'm just going to watch this as it goes through the channel. So if we break out of this channel, we might get our upwards motion. So I'm just going to plow down this food while we go sideways. Yeah, Mivis was Tom, I believe. Yep. So glad you made money. It's good. It's what we're here for, helping each other.
All right. Ugh. I think that fish was expired. Definitely does not taste right. But that could be the horseradish. I can't tell. Either way, wow. I have never breathed so good in my life. Ah, I'm going to pay for that in like 30 minutes, but it was worth it. If I have to close the stream early, it'll be because I'm suffering from this food. But I think we should be able to hold. I earned my diamond hands. Now I got to die. Oh, I'm already suffering. I got to earn my diamond stomach. There we go. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. So I think we're just going to keep trending. And hopefully we hop over. Then we break the channel. And then we try for 5, go through. And then that basically puts us to end of day. Yeah. Let's see. It's definitely the horseradish. Making the fish taste like ass. Yeah, I was like, I wonder what horseradish and breakfast sausages taste like. Not bad. Then I threw a tiny bit of spicy mayo and sour cream on it to bring it down. Kind of making like a relish, not a relish, tartar sauce. But I know sour cream works good with meat. You know, tacos. But the horseradish does not work good with fish. It makes the fish taste like it's expired. But with the meat, it's not bad. It makes the vinegar makes the meat lighter, less greasy, and more airy. Much like why having a little bit of horseradish with your steak, or a little bit of wasabi, which is generally horseradish in the West, with your sushi, right? It's that little bit of balance. Yeah, actually, I haven't had good horseradish with the steak in a long time. They don't do that anymore. That's something they did for like old people. You still get it at classic restaurants, but yeah, people have such weak palates nowadays. They don't. Well, I mean, back in the day, people only ate steak and potatoes, right? But nowadays, people are like, it can't be spicy. They can't handle it. Hmm. Or spicy is to them is like McDonald's habanero chicken. Oh God, it's so hot. Yeah, it's like one alarm hot. Like, don't ever travel to Mexico, Latin America. Hell, even the Russians have spicier meals. Maybe even the British. And that's saying something. Yeah. Well, that was quite good. Breakfast sausages and horseradish. Except it's fighting me a little. Oh man, that horseradish is going fighting all the way down. Yeah, so we're definitely. Oh my god, still in a channel. Yeah, I'm gonna just redraw it with better technicals. Because hand drawing's not bad, but using the proper tool ensures that you don't add bias. Um, oh my god. I'm gonna get a little slow because I ate some food. I'm gonna struggle to figure out where, because I lose my long-term memory, so I struggle to figure out which one I want. I want a pitchfork. Yeah. And I want I believe it's this way. Oh, it's this way, yeah. Okay, it's here, here, and here. And then do. Okay, and then shrink this up. So, a little bit higher. Ouch. Ouch. Just stay down, horseradish. There you go. Much better. Yeah. So now we're in the upper channel. Much better. So things are looking positive. We just don't have enough energy to get out yet. And the longer we stay here, the more we're going to drive into the ground. But at least we're not at the bottom. If we're at the bottom, the blue, then we have the potential for like nuclear Armageddon. Oh, speaking of nuclear Armageddon, how's GME doing? Oh, they're in the 70s now. Okay, so they're still doing okay. So they're doing the same thing. They're just traveling up a very thin. Oh, I can't draw straight. My stomach's on fire. Their channel. They're going up a. This hurts. Yeah. How about the Dow? The Dow is basically net neutral to where it started in the morning. Mivis is refusing to go down, but give it a moment. Give it some time. Oh, S&P good. Nasdaq. Yeah, okay. Let's just say they both suck. It's like the S&P is kind of doing a little better relatively, but it's because it had less height in the morning. But compared to the Nasdaq, it's actually doing the same amount of crap. It's just the Nasdaq went up higher. No, it's all good. It's all good. The only reason I'm letting you know that I'm in pain is just because I'm talking, and so it comes into my head as I'm talking. But it's every time I eat, I get sick. So eating something that will make me sicker, well, whatever. You got to YOLO sometime, right? But damn, I feel good in between the in between the burning stomach and the nausea and the stupidity. But that comes anyways. That was a good meal. Sour cream and horseradish. That was actually a pretty good choice. Yeah. Yeah, I bought that horseradish like 2 months ago, but I've been too sick to eat it. But today I was feeling a little bit adventurous. I'm like, you know what? YOLO. I'm having it. Son of a bitch. Now, if we could just go up, that would be great. I'll call up Netflix, renegotiate that deal. What would be the opposite of calling Netflix? I guess I'll call up Blockbuster and tell them to tell them it's go time. Let's do it, Blockbuster. There's no better feeling than eating a food that you've wanted for a while and finally got it. That's good. In this case, it was horseradish. I don't know why I like horseradish. I can just eat it straight up. Even the crop. I can just eat the crop straight up. Yeah. Weird. Maybe I'll be one of those people that like horseradish ice cream. Which actually probably wouldn't be too bad. As long as you had a lot of sugar and a lot of cream. It'd still be weird. Like wasabi ice cream. But it wouldn't be, or pistachio. Ugh. Pistachio ice cream. God, that's bad stuff. Yeah. 12, 17. Gonna be a long day, it looks like. Should get out your stick, Overkill, and start poking the stock. Get it to do a thing. Do a thing. I should check the... Oh, fuck. I should check the volume. Whoa. Okay, where was the whale? Right there. So get the whale out of the picture. So the lows are 3,000, 1,000, 200. Ouch. So volume has picked up 7, 6, 4, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 4, 5. Excuse me. 100, 700. Okay. So we got pretty decent volume. We got another channel here, but that's basically shown by the blue. So I would say you have a wedge here, right? From basically here, you have a wedge. So if we basically go to this point, we'll probably break down into the next channel because it's not really safe. You need to go up. This basically curved up, so you can't really have a wedge because the indecision starts here, but the indecision makes new lows. So to have a wedge or a pennant, you have to have declining lows and declining highs. And of course, the declining highs you kind of have, but you do not have reduced lows, which means it's going up. Oh, is there a tiny glimmer of hope? A shine? A violet in the winter white? Oh, looks like your stick's working, Overkill. Now, I don't know. Oh, damn it. Ah, that hurt. My baby just kicked. I don't know if this blue is going to be anything. We'll see by the volume. I don't know if the edge of the channel is a thing, right? It does line up with the historic walls of the channel, but the green, the 11, is definitely a thing. Oh, excuse me. So right now we'd probably be resisted going to the 11. When we get closer to the 11, it will pull us in. But we have to get much closer, like 96, 95. We're too far right now. But at least we're not going down. That's good. That's all we can ask for, really. Oh. Oh. Okay. Getting comfy on the couch while we wait for this to do its thing. So we're at the 1 minute. Even though this looks like it's going in slow-mo, this is the stock as close as you can get unless you get into seconds. But I always find the seconds doesn't really show you much because if it's going this slow, you're not going to see extra detail in the seconds for the most part. We're moving by the penny. It's not like we're flying all over the place. Not like Mivis yesterday. You'd see a lot of action in Mivis if you looked at the seconds. So it looks like it's resisting the line, which makes sense. But that could also have been we just stopped for a whole minute and we didn't move. So our only option then is to go down. But if that's as far as we can go down, then our only option is to go up. And so we'd have a green that hopefully destroys this red, which then means it will break, ouch, it'll break new territory, and that will finally get us out of the stupid channel. But that's wishful thinking. So this is putting us on track for
I think the larger handle. I think we're gonna have a breakout definitely before we can't keep going down like this on this angle. Something that's like a whole day going on an angle is fairly rare. It's possible, I've seen it, but it's quite rare. Like maybe once a month, if that. Maybe once every 2 or 3 months, more likely. You'll just have this diagonal day. But I don't think we're in that kind of soup. That's unfortunate. So I red, no green. Then we gap down because we mounted no defense. And now we're looking like we're going to break into the next channel. But hopefully the support should be strong because you can see the channel. Even on this screen, you can see the red and the green, or the green and the red that are touching this line. They're touching the line perfectly, right? So there's clearly something there in the magic of whatever the hell channels tap into. So we should find support. It shouldn't go into the green. Right now we're finding support. So then we actually went down on 500 shares. Oof. That was shitty. We basically gapped down, mounted a zero defense, and now we're breaking through. Oh man, sad pandas. Come on, buyers. Oh, you're killing us. Mount some form of defense. So you see the volume recognizes the channel line. That's why you saw the increase in volume. So that helps us confirm that the channel is real. Yeah. Yeah. Now we don't know if the channel that's below this channel, the green, is real, but we know the blue is real. It's been confirmed and you can see it. So we know that there's a channel there. And the volume just confirmed that it thinks it's real too. But the green, I don't know. And we haven't tested it yet. But judging by what I drew earlier, it was real enough earlier, so it should be real still. Yeah. And I believe that black line that's going across the screen is part of the pennant. So that's a major support line. 1080. And we're 3 cents away from it. Sad pandas. Now we could potentially bounce off of it, especially if we go near it now, we might bounce off of it. But it's hard to tell. Because also, too, if we're staying within the blue, as we get further and further into the day, the blue is going to ram us into this line and force us under it. So, don't know. The good news is the line intersects the blue, so if we keep repelling, the height that we require to get out will be less because the top's declining but the bottom's staying flat, right? So there is that. But we'll see, I guess. And two, I guess also another problem is when we tried to break out of our channel back there where you see the green and the red side by side, that's also the 0.61 line. So that would have offered resistance. So even if we wanted to break out, we'd have to get through that psychological or metaphysical line. But now if we try breaking out again, we got some distance, so we can be between the channel and the 0618 line. That's probably what happened there. Yeah, it all sounds like a big pile of horse shit, but if you actually try it, you'll see it works. And I don't know why. And to me, it just sounds like I'm spouting bullshit. It's like, oh, there's a magical line drawn from magical nowhere, but it fucking works, and I don't know why, but it does. The key is you got to realize it and draw them early, and then you can see into the future for a little bit. But what you're learning from me, or like what I'm doing right now, is I'm constantly reassessing because I want to make sure that what I'm doing is right. So I have to constantly check that, like the channel's still holding, the volume's reacting as we expect. Low volume in the middle, high volume as it touches the edges. So this should be high volume. See? It works, right? So that proves what we're talking about. So it verifies. We trust, but we verify, right? So, yeah. And see, I told you about that before it happened. So that gives you that little bit of future prediction, right? But I can't see too far into the future. I can only tell you that if we cross this line, the volume will go up. But that's all I know, right? I don't know, what does that mean in the long term, right? It means we're bleeding out a lot of our buyers. We're bleeding out a lot of our sellers. So what does that mean, right? So anyways, that's really the life of a stockbroker, at least one that works on technicals and trades via momentum. So now we're testing the line, the breakdown line. But this one doesn't have as much volume because we technically just crossed the line. So there's like a little bit of a burnout period. You've lost all your buyers and your sellers. So you have to wait for them to come back. And usually that's about a minute. So now we went over the line, so we should have seen a lot of volume. Unless we just drifted over the line. Or that this line doesn't matter. Let's see. This line could be a not matter. I'll have to go check in a second. Once the stock tells us what it's doing. Okay, so it's looking like it's a support line. Push back up. Please and thanks. There you go. God, low volume sucks. Come on. Do a thing. Okay, so looking like it's a support line. It's just running in slow-mo. So we drifted over, the buyers then showed up and did what they were supposed to do. But, like, it took a whole minute when it should have taken a couple of seconds. Which kind of makes sense because we're just drifting right now. So there's not a whole lot of people pushing. So that kind of makes sense that we would drift over a support line. But the large volume we got leaving the channel said to me kind of that we should expect larger volume when we cross this line. But let me go check if this line's even valid. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, and it's also the 075 line as well. Yeah. Yeah, we should be seeing a little bit more. Yeah. And it's possible, actually, that not the channel, but it bounced off the 075 line right here. It's a possibility. Then when it went under, it got a little boost. But it's hard to tell if it's breaking the channel or breaking this line because it's really the same. So now we're stuck on the line and the volume is just piss. Piss, piss, piss. Drip, drip, drip. For those who like Dave Chappelle. Gonna piss on you. Good old R. Kelly. Haters want to hate and lovers want to love, but I don't want none. None of the above. Yep. Okay, let's see. Are we being dragged down? Oof, horseradish. Dow. Mivids. Yeah. The ring of... Wow, look at the S&P. Holy, that is flat. That is... Yeah, that is what... When... So when an index does this, it means they're anticipating something. So basically the robots just lock the market down and there's no trading whatsoever. There must be some news coming out or something happening today. Real soon, actually. Because we're seeing that lockdown kind of in the stock here. But that's a real flat. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that might do it. So what's the statement, though? Yeah, but talking about what? Oh, I forgot I need to keep this open or it fucks up the page. Oh, so he's just going to talk about inflation. Okay. Which means he's just going to reiterate. Okay, yeah, that might do it. I mean, that's still pretty far away. I would expect something that would happen like immediate. Like, by 1 o'clock. Usually when it goes flat like this, it's like that equilibrium. You came to us without incident. And then he's like, not without incident. And then he kills everybody. So this is the they overreacted, they corrected, and now they're like, life support. And then they're going to go, or something bigger than this. So they're going to go to here or they're going to go to here. Is next stop for these guys, which means etc. can probably make his options. And he just does a straddle and bets like that. Now, I'm not 100% sure because I don't do indexes, but that's usually what I see when this happens. Oh, fuck my insides. Where is it? Keep deleting the volume. Where's the search? Here it is. There we go. One cannot trade without volume. Okay. So, there's our bounce off the line with the volume. So again, slow-mo again. So it took us 3 minutes to fucking react. Stupid stock. GME also got the gas. Now, I don't know if that's because of us, or did we go up because of them? Let's see, 1232. Sorry, 11. No, 1232. 1232. I can't, yeah. No, we started before they did. So is the Dow, no? Weird. What's causing this? Okay, well, I'll take it. I don't really care. See, normally GME is the one that pulls this up when this happens out of nowhere. But right now, GME is not really going anywhere. and they went here, then they jumped up. But we started showing strength and volume well before 1 minute before they did. But maybe there was a Reddit post. Yeah. So GME is just doing a continuation pattern, but GME should have continued like this. So they're now too high for their pattern, and they'll get pulled back down potentially, but the volume is ramping up, so this is where they can break free of the pattern, because as the volume increases, they can start to steepen this, right? They'll end up like this. So we're struggling now on the outside of the channel, but at least we're on the outside. So if we can just go up, then we can fight our way past 1092. Then we can be on our merry way and have a good day. I could take a dirt nap. And wake up a little earlier. Summoning Lemondorf out of the smoke. There he is. Yeah. Yeah, so what you call verticals, I know is straddles. You're betting both ways, and you don't need to have the underlying stock. Yeah, I was confused what a vertical was. I was like, to hell. Unless I'm wrong, and verticals and straddles are different. But yeah, you're the first time I've heard of verticals. So you got at 417 points. Yeah, should be good. Okay, so now we're bouncing off of this line. Now we're going to bounce off this line. Oh my god, what a horrible day. So it's going to go bang, bing, 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 bing. Like, come on. But see, when you get the chart properly, when you find the right technicals, then you can start predicting the stock, right? But you have to get confident and know that you can trust them so you can make decisions. Yeah. But usually by the time you're confident about them, they're usually almost done because there's less chance, less uncertainty. But as you get better and better, and I'm still not there, you learn to trust them earlier, spot them earlier, rely on them earlier. Like here, you could have bought and sold here. When it comes back down to here or there, if it starts to turn around, it probably will go back up. If it breaks through, you'll probably find support here. But probably doesn't mean definitely, and so we're still not out of the woods. But yeah, it's just struggling on the line. Now this is indicating that the line is actually a little bit lower. we're like a millimeter above, because the red should have stopped on the line and the green should be coming up to the line. But you see that's not the case here, so it's showing us that our line is just a little bit off on its steepness. Right here it doesn't matter, but as time goes by, that diagonal will become bigger, or sorry, that angle of deflection will become bigger and bigger and bigger, right? That's how angles work. So then this tells you to adjust just to bring that blue line down just a tiny bit so you can make more accurate predictions. And of course, we don't see it earlier because the angle is tighter, right? So a millimeter is then half a millimeter earlier. Wow, that was a weird one. So we gapped up over the line and then came completely back. You don't normally see a red that shares the same bottom as a green. That's what happens when you're fighting over pennies, I guess. There's some heavy sell volume. What's our overall volume? 24. It's coming up on 1 o'clock. It's adequate. Nothing great. Let's get the DOM up. Let's watch these people fight it out. Give us some action. So this shows you the relative strength of both sides per se. It's not 100%, but generally if this guy's big, he'll eat this guy. You can watch this guy lose the amount of shares and then this guy will lose. And then this one's nice because it shows you a fullness bar. So whoever has the full bar is the one that's winning. This gets updated every second, but technically the fight's going back and forth in the milliseconds. But when you see gigantic numbers, that's more important than this because we're just seeing snapshots. Meanwhile, there could be thousands going back and forth, but we don't see them because we only see snapshots. But when a number stays for a while, for more than like a couple seconds, that's an indication that there's no strength on the other side, or vice versa. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at it. Yeah, routinely we are under 1,000, and then when things pick up, we get into the 1.5 thousands. Then we start getting into the 4 and the 5 thousands. Anything higher than that is pretty heavy duty. My eyes are on fire. Is there a date attached to your first message there? Guy, I can't tell. I think I got horseradish in my eye. Can't see a date and time in there. April 29th. Yeah, there's no time. Ah, my eyes are on fire. All right, we broke through. Why I was trying to read. Ah, cool. Oh, there we had a nice breakout. Ouch. Lemondorf, which is Gandalf the Lemon, for those that are new. All right, so if we get a little bit more distance, then we can start the battle for 11 deep. Potentially. It all depends. A dip before a squeeze is probably the most beneficial way to trigger a squeeze. So what you would want is for us to go up to say 14 and then for us to show weakness, and then all the shorts pile in, pushing us down to, let's say, 12, that we all pile in with new money, forcing them out. And then what happens there is that all the fresh short-term people bail, and then they cause an overreaction in the buy direction, which then forces out the longer-term shorts. So the dip before a squeeze is very beneficial. But it doesn't mean that's going to be how it's going to be. If we don't have a dip before a squeeze, we just need to keep going up, and preferably as fast as possible. And if we show no sign of going down, then it's going to squeeze them out. If we go up slowly, or we go down slowly with a slow recovery, then the shorts are going to get out gracefully, and you will never have a squeeze. Or I shouldn't say never have a squeeze, but you will not have a squeeze from that. So, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but and nobody does really. But if we do have we hit 14 and we get pushed down and the shorts pile in, which would be really stupid for them, but maybe they're gonna, and then we magically just turn it around on a dime, that would fuck them over. So we would go 14 to 13 to 12 to 16. It would just be like, boof. Because the shorts would be like, oh, fuck, and get out. And then because we blasted from 14 to 16, that might scare other shorts. And then they'll blast us up, higher. And then so forth and so forth. But as I noted earlier, I don't think our probability of a squeeze is quite low until we get to probably 16. And then it increases as we get closer and closer to 30. And then after 30, there's no one left to squeeze. Because that's basically the highest the stock's ever been, right? And at 60, we would have squeezed out everyone. Like there'd be 0 people that are holding on. So the objective, I think, is probably once we get to 16, is to gas it as hard as possible to 30, and we might see a squeeze somewhere in the 20s, like 24 or 25 or something, and then it will blow us right past 30. Also, too, as we get closer and closer to 30, there's less and less people to squeeze, right? So the intensity of the squeeze will be higher once we get over 14, and reduce as we get to 30. So, anyway, something to think about. I'm talking about AMC. No. I'm talking about what triggers a squeeze, not where you land, right? So AMC went from like $1 to $16, 26. What was the high? 26, 16? No, because I got in at 18, so it must have went up to 20 something. Yeah, where GME went from $20 to what, 300? Yeah, and then it went from 50 to 400 almost. Yeah. It's all relative to yeah. Yes. The initial squeeze is the shorts getting fucked, and then the FOMO drives it up, and then the rest of the shorts get extra fucked. Then they have to get out, which then, the price goes up even more. But the majority of the damage is done by the shorts being squeezed out, because they have to get out regardless of the price. So even if the stock should be going down, they have to buy out. And so it goes up and defies gravity, basically. The FOMO people may sell for profit taking, But the shorts that are getting squeezed, they're going to zero. They're getting out. They're not trying to time a profit squeeze or a profit gain. So they do the majority of the price movement. At least we're testing 11. Excellent. And we're coming up on 1 o'clock, so we might just get our final push. Oh, it's all coming together. There's a brief period of crap there, but we're out of it, so feels good. Just like that horseradish now that it's not kicking. So yeah, we had like what, a 3-hour shit period here. And we finally got the energy to break out. We struggled, but we finally got free. And see, completed a U shape, but because the U shape was outside, when we got away from this, we got a double boost. Yeah, because normally a U shape, right? You'd have to decide if you're going to roll, but it coincided with enough distance from here, so you got some gas. And of course, that was shown with an increase in volume. This guy, yeah. Yeah, it's funny how this all works out. But that's technicals. It's, you don't ask where the demons come from, you just know that there's demons. And they come from somewhere. Alright, maybe we can toss in some spiritual zest. Go. Oof. I try not to think about that horseradish. Coming with a vengeance. So Jimmy decided that it's just going to keep on trucking. So here it's too high. I expected to get pulled down. It did get pulled down, but then it went back and then it got pulled down again. So it's trying, but you know, fundamentally it's going to want to stay on that line unless something's changed. Yeah. Let's see. I was right. I was just a little bit off. I can just move this arrow here 1 minute later, and there you go. It's even the right size. Like I know what I'm doing. Now, I didn't know this would happen, but I'm also not looking at the stock, so I can only predict a little into the future. Oh, all right. Now we got a pennant. Basically a pennant, a real pennant. That makes sense. We have indecision, but this indecision is artificial because we're having problems getting over the top. So essentially this is a small version of this right here, what just happened. So that's the macro, if you will, to getting over this line. And now we have a little itty bitty version of what we just went through. So we're just about right here is about right here or so. So then we should have this little bit of a curve up. And that should be right here. And then we should go through. It's like it had a little baby. And patterns do repeat themselves all the time, which is why they're patterns. Oof. Oh, yeah, the AMC on Mars is pretty good. I just completed the missile silo, and I got it to open up. So now the roof just opens up when you press a button. But I was trying to figure out the programming so that it would automatically stop. Right now it just opens until it gets stuck and it closes and gets stuck. But I would like to not have the motors running and wasting energy or grinding. So that's cool. The theater itself is the same. I haven't done anything to the theater. I'm preparing a rocket to go to space so I can get alloys and special materials. I've made, I think, 5 spaceships. One of them made it to space, but once you're in space, you need a considerable amount of energy. And if you're going to make a space station, you have to bring those resources up, which are ultra heavy. So it's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm just going to build a rocket that's made out of cargo containers and just strap fuel, like just fill it full of fuel, right? And just blast it straight up into space. And then I'll come up in a smaller craft that I can then go back and forth with. But that's going to be a one-time cargo. So I'll just gas it. So I don't need fuel for re-entry. I don't need the added weight of any other but up rockets. I think that's what I'm going to do. And then just once there's a cargo container in space, I can then build a platform with solar panels. And then once I have solar panels, I have energy. And then I have energy, I can then start mining rocks and asteroids. And then the cycle is perfect. So, yep. That's what we're working on. Oof. I must say my nose is completely cleared from that horseradish. I can breathe again. Don't know if my voice changed. Yeah, yeah, that would be pretty decent. Apparently there's a monolith somewhere on Mars, so I can go looking for it. I don't know what I get. There's a xenolith on the moon and a monolith on Mars. Alright, so here's the curve. I want to see a little bit more green. Then we're gonna do this. Maybe you need a lemon friend. Don't want a lemon friend? Look, he's got eyes. This one? It's this one. He's got cool glasses. Oh no, his eye's bleeding. Whoops. His eye exploded. Just let's put your eye back in. Push that back up. Come on. Up. Up. Oh, no. Oh. Oh. That's unfortunate. uh, my bleeding lemon eye cost me 5 viewers. 6 viewers. Wow. Rough, tough crowd. Yeah. Yeah, we should go up. So now it's below the line on no volume. Dow is trending upwards. S&P is, so just like I said, right? There you go. So in this case, it made a decision, and Bob's your uncle. Like clockwork. Now the interesting thing is, it went from one indecision, and now it's going into another one. So it basically said, We're too low. Shift up. Okay. And now it's back to holding pattern. uh, silly. Stem the brakes. Oh, it does not want to go up. The volume's still quite low. Same with GME. Alright, well, we'll just let this run its course. I'm just going to keep watching this to try to look at the relative strength. Because, yeah, the numbers are low, but that's all we really got going for us. Oh. Oh dear. People on Wall Street must think retail investors are just the dumbest group, especially when they make financial memes. It's like, the financial world used to be so serious. It's all full of alphas, and now it's like some 12-year-old kid in a basement is trading stocks. I mean, not legally, but it's now people are Instagramming their earnings, like, just ridiculous. Netflix is going to make a documentary about the whole saga. We might see, probably we're going to see some Netflix, like, topical shows where they'll be like, The Stock Trader, or I don't know, whatever, right? Some kid wins it big on the market, and now he's a millionaire sitcom. Like, Bitcoin and Lambos is already a thing. So what's next? I'm sure there's going to be a shift. American culture likes to do that. As soon as something happens, it has to be a movie. And then the poor financial people are just going to be rolling their eyes like, oh my God. Or they'll be smart and they'll just manipulate those people and make money off them. So they're like, oh, you really got us. Here, buy more of our product. You showed us. Haha. Yeah, keep buying those things and showing us that you really hate us. It's probably what's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. Usually how corporations work. Like Coke and Pepsi fighting each other. Oh, you're really showing Coke by drinking all that Pepsi. Meanwhile, they both go up. I think it was 40% in revenues. So it's like, yeah, nobody's losing. Oh, come on, AMC. Only need 4 more cents. 4 tiny pennies. Yep, you got it, Howard. Spot on as always. Yeah. Well, even Tesla does that, right? So Elon sells the idea of sticking it to the status quo, But he does make something to stick it to the status quo, and that's good. But, most of his investment and his money and the people that buy his products are all activists. They're not the old man Cedric. They're people that take chances and take risks, buy half-baked products because they want the alternative. They want the future, right? Yeah. So anyways, yeah, so it's all part of the branding. Oh man. How many times can we go sideways? Come on. Somebody needs to dump their life savings on this and get us out of here. Sure, grandma doesn't need a bed and food in her old age. Just put it all on the stock. Grandma will thank you potentially if you get your money back before she kicks it. Your daughter doesn't need to go to college. Your family doesn't need to eat. Put it all on the stock. Poor Kramer. Yeah. Yeah, humans respond to threats to safety and security. So if you look up the hierarchy of needs, that's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's what drives humans, essentially. And so the most primitive humans respond to threats to themselves, threats to their safety and security, their money, their house, their family, themselves, blah, 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 blah. So if you look at all the titles, it's, things you didn't know, but it's if you don't know this, it's going to hurt you, right? And it's always worded in such a way that it's, if you don't know this, something bad's going to happen. And so it drives the more primitive humans. And so conflict is just an extension of that. You want to fight because if you don't fight, you're going to get killed. So let's join the winning team and beat up those guys. Why we have the superior numbers, right? And that's why people pile on a winning horse. And all those people are like, yeah, I've been here forever. And you're like, no, you just showed up now. But when you're a corporation, you don't care as long as you're getting your money from them. You don't care if they come in at the end or at the beginning, as long as they pay their ticket. But yeah, simple humans. Oh, speaking of medicine, how's what's his name? Relevant. Is he still alive? Yeah, that guy's recovering from bat poo COVID, having stroke-like symptoms, minus the stroke. It's like, yeah, not good. Yeah, exactly. All right, are we going through? 1099. 1099. Come on. Punch it, Chewy. This is pathetic. Oh my god, come on. There's a bit of a sell wall here. Yay, 11. Okay, we're not out of the woods yet because look at the numbers here. We're gonna have to, we're gonna keep showing numbers and we're gonna eat away at this. And then if we run out completely, they'll take over. And so right now they're not even moving. So, and see, we're low, so they're gonna crush us again. If we're low and we don't move, because that's a limit, if it's a market order, it'll push us down. Oh, our buyers are completely out to fucking lunch. Holy crap. Okay. So now our buyers are coming back after we gave them 3 cents. And then now we're back to the sell wall. Anyways, that's how you read this. Oh, come on. Let's get through. Our little pitiful 100 and 700 armies aren't getting through the 2.4K of the enemy. There we go. Look at the chunk we just took out of that wall. Aha! You're fucking done. You're done, bitch. We're going up. Oh no! They're countering with reinforcements. It spoke too soon. Oh, and we countered. Come on. Oh, it's a dead heat. Damn. Okay, can we do it now? Okay, we're still strong. Still strong. We crushed them. Okay. Back to 1099. It's this damn mini boss, eh? Fuck, what's with all these people selling at 11? Fuck right off. Yeah, it's the fucking Fire Nation. Everything was going good until the Fire Nation attacked. Oh, oh, is Bernie lurking in the shadows with the steel chair? One of my favorite memes. So good. Come on, just give him the steel chair. Let's end this. We're not out of the woods till we get to about 11.5. But at least can we get over the line? We can't get to 11.5 if we're still at 11. Oh my lord. Alright, let's see what the rest of the market's doing. So Mivits is up 17%. Excuse me. So it's bouncing. Still, NASDAQ is... Actually, let's see what they're doing. So, why this fucking wastes our time. Okay, they're going real tight sideways. Although that's a pretty negative drop. Dow. S&P, we just looked at that. NASDAQ. Okay, so NASDAQ's still positive. The S&P and the Dow are both relatively unhappy. And this one has a pennant shape, which leads us to believe there'll be a breakout. This one could have a breakout as well. Yeah. But it is sloping downwards. Okay, we got through. How's GME doing? Well, GME is giving it the gas. I wonder if we're making GME go up. I don't know. Weird. Like GME's just getting gas out of nowhere. Whereas we're not getting any gas, but we're really working the technicals here. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Weird, 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 weird. All right. So we're still got... Oh, fire alarm. Oh, God, that scared the crap out of me. Okay. Yeah, we're duking it. Still no. Maybe we need the Lemon Riders of Rhodesia. There, that'll deal with your orc problem. No, don't ramp your volume up. Don't give us that crap. You're going up. Up. Sad pandas. GME's down. Dow just was down. Mivis is bouncing, yeah. They are flat sideways. So, yeah, they're definitely running a channel here. Like, that's about as channel-y as channels get. Like, look at it go. Very definition of a channel. Yeah. I wonder what's dragging us down. I guess we just couldn't get over the line. So 1, 2, 3, collapse. Or 3 we broke through and then fell. Don't know. Sorry about the fire alarm. It's, wonderful. I can't. Hopefully it's not, it is fire alarm testing. I thought it was just, I'm gonna just keep my finger over the mute button. Sometimes it's because they're doing construction, they drill a wire or something. But I think they're going around testing all the alarms. Which makes this extra painful for me. But you do remember a month ago when they did this and there was somebody above me drilling? You guys couldn't hear the drilling, but oh my god. that was a horrible day for me. Yeah, it's me. That fire alarm is me. They're testing the building's fire alarm. Since this is a daily stream, you're going to get this once a month. At least they're doing it pretty quick. I'm starting to be able to anticipate it, so I'm muting just before it goes off. Oh man. It really should be over this line. That's getting ridiculous. At least when we get through... Oh, it's gonna ring again. Okay, that's probably the last one on the floor. So they're down, just traveling from one... Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, that one was delayed. But you see the angles here? So once we get through, we're gonna get good angles, but getting pretty late in the day. They really should be, we should be through this line like here or earlier. Now it's just going quiet to lure me into a false sense of security. Then I'll have its inevitable betrayal. But yeah, the sellers are definitely heavy. What's keeping us down? Don't know why. But maybe the market uncertainty. People want to get out. But then why the hell is GME doing good and we're not? Doesn't make any sense. On AMC. Do the thing. There we go. Oh yeah. We're not looking horrible. It's just really really pathetically it's making a W now. Trying to get through that line. I just wonder why there's so much sell volume. It's still not ridiculously high volume, but maybe this is just delayed profit taking. But why 11? Why not wait till 12? And that could be us just reacting from the news, but that news is mostly positive, so. And we saw the correction in the morning. All right. So we know the news is not negative. But maybe as the retail investors trickle in over the day, they might be panicking. That Y11. Don't know. 1,000K. That's 1 million. It might be the case. Yeah. Usually regular investors, like your your boomers would be done by noon. They would do their trading in the morning and then be done. So the people that follow it all day are either smart money, like professionals, or people with no lives. This motley crew. Yeah. But normally we don't see this kind of negativity around 1 o'clock. There's definitely an unhappy tone attached to the stock right now. Shouldn't be having this much trouble. See, it'd be hard for us to break new highs, but we were already here. So it's not like we're breaking new highs. And our 12 o'clock was unduly low for some reason. It's like, eh. And we went in a channel for like hours, or at least an hour. Hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. No, an hour and 10 minutes. So that's like basically like you're on autopilot. So that shows like nobody cares. So it's like maybe we're just emulating. Oh, maybe that's it. So maybe we're emulating this, right? The uncertainty, that don't know what's going to happen. But in our case, we're just drifting as a result. And that's what this was. Actually, when did that start? Maybe that's what this is. 11:23. No, that doesn't line up. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's just more of an annoyance than an actual problem. Right. The volume is picking up. Let's see, guys. Oh my god, ones and twos. Okay, I lied. Volume's not picking up. These are nice numbers. They're big. But we're not matching them. Yeah, we're only at 26 million. We slowed down considerably. Oh, I can't wait till this stock gives out dividends. They'll be great. All right. Get this. Kind of want this, but whatevs. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to look like you might be right about the Fed being the news. Then that's going to be. Sorry. Current one right here. Home autos. Oh, I remember this day. Wow, a couple years ago I was trading tech. And I remember this day. I remember this too, these weird X or ZYs. I can't see from here. Oh, 2 year. I remember these. Yeah, Evercore. Black & Decker Stanley. I remember. I remember this day fondly. So April 28th is a stock day I remember. Oh, there's Discovery. Wow, look at all the Moody's. Look at all the earnings. A lot of companies. Qualcomm should be in here. Is that Qualcomm? No. Yeah, neat. First National Bank of Alaska. Huh. They're publicly traded. Vista Gold, I remember them. Superior Group of Companies. Really? That's the name of your company? Oh my god. Alright, let's go back to the ticker. Why we just watch this thing truck along. Slow motion. We got 30 minutes. Or is it an hour until that person talks? Scroll up. I can't seem to see the time, but let's presume it's 2 o'clock. I think I remember 2:30. So we collapsed on doing a W. Our chance to do the W was here, but we failed. So we should have some negativity to the next support line, which is here. There's the lemon bat signal. And that's an apartment building. The city's aflame. Quality drawing. This is the Bob Ross of stocks. I'm working on the afro. Yeah. That self-portrait. Excellent. Life-changing. Okay, the Dow's not breaking new lows yet. Thank you guys for all staying with us during these dull periods. But yeah, the stock market can turn around at any moment. We just have to wait till it happens. Got my eyes aren't working right now, but it is 13:40. Yeah, so we got 20 minutes left. Then the major markets should react to the new news. And then that will either sink us or swim us. And that will tell us the rest of our day, basically. Then we might get a little push at 2 o'clock. Another one at 3:30, just before close. But hopefully AMC gets the gasoline that it wants. Yeah, because overall, that news we got this morning should have contributed to an upwards motion. And that was reconfirmed by the first opening minutes. But yeah, something's weighing heavily on our soul right now. I wonder if interest rates really affect AMC. It affects anybody that holds debt, right? So maybe that's what's going on. AMC has a lot of debt. So perhaps if the interest rates change, then AMC is now that many percents less valuable because they got to pay more. And maybe that's it. Maybe I'm not thinking far enough into the rabbit hole. But if that's the case, then this would be institutionals reducing their position. But the volume's not high enough for that. Oh, or maybe if the interest rates change, maybe these are heavily leveraged. These are retail investors that are heavily borrowing money to trade stocks. Maybe they're worried and they got to reduce their positions. So as it goes up, they're just getting out. But again, I would want to see a change in volume. Oh, no, it's just a news announcement from this morning. So that's the 500 million shares are no longer going to be pursued, and we're going to have the 47 million instead at the market sell. So it won't affect share price, and if it does affect share price, it will make it go up versus the almost 100%, actually over 100% dilution that would have been caused by the previous idea that AMC had. So it's just that news. Yep, yeah. I'm pretty sure you heard that. Now I'm just laying here on the couch thinking why I'm waiting for this thing to do something. Trying to piece it all together. I don't think these are old ones. These should be new. You don't have to agree upon this one. So this one, they just told the SEC that they're gonna do the 47. I don't know if everything has to go to a shareholder vote. I don't know enough about voting regulations. But as far as I can tell, this one didn't go to a vote, or you might be right, it was voted on a long time ago. So, yeah, someone needs to attach a battery to AMC's testicles and wake it up. Yeah. Yeah, we're losing viewer count like no tomorrow. We're at 50. Now we are at 30. Unfortunate that I can't make this thing do anything. It's so dead. Alright. Gonna redraw this. This. $11. Okay. So that's pretty much all the lines we need for where we are right now. Oh, look, Illuminati confirmed. uh, yeah, so we want to break out of this channel. Much like we broke out of the larger channel. Now we need to get out of this line. If not, today is going to be a very boring day. Yes, you might be right on that. Without rereading all the stuff, I can't remember. You would think everything has to go to a vote, but they might have it in their contract that if it's so simple, it doesn't need a vote. That might be the case. On the upside, at least they got rid of Wanda. That's good stuff. So now when they generate money, it stays in the CEO's pockets or AMC's pockets and doesn't go to their debt holders, which is good. Yeah, even GME is dead. I mean, it's dead in the upwards direction. The Dow is showing quite a bit of negativity. They've just completed a dome shape, or they're really close to completing a dome shape. Looks like they're all not happy. 10 minutes till talkie time. Guess I could put them back on. Okay. All right, well, let this run its course. See what happens. Or at least over the line. Man. Yeah. Looks like we might be finally getting out. Oh my god, I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna have to make a coffee. I am dying here. Normally, when the viewer count takes off, it's like, you traitors swine, but I can't blame you. Oh yeah, see, there we go. Holy Christ. That took only how many hours? Okay, but we still have to get over 11, but at least we're going up. Oh my god. That is so slow. Yeah. If we don't see any follow-up with the volume, then we're not going to go anywhere. But that was the breakout. You could see, whenever you see that kind of small green, medium green, big green, that's your indication of a bull run's about to happen. So that's what I just called. But it quickly got shot down. Alright, let's make me a coffee. So Uncle Ben can stay awake. Oh man. I'd highly recommend a coffee for the rest of you as well. I mean, the day's almost over. You only have to hold out for 2 more hours. But the talking should happen soon. So it really shouldn't be too much more boring. Once the talking happens, it should decide our fate. Just like Mortal Kombat, we're going to test our might, and our fate's going to be decided. Oh, speaking of that, I should put that on the Thousand Air group. We should have the theatrical release listing. Like, we should list them so we know what's coming up. Because that, at least for the quarter, so before earnings, we should know all the movies that have released before earnings and how much they did at the box office, because that directly relates to AMC's profits, right? So that's an easy way to track AMC's money, because the box office take-homes are listed, so we can reverse engineer how well they should be doing. And when they don't match that, that means they fucked up. So they had the potential to get this much money, and they didn't capture it, or they lost it, or whatever, right? And that gives us a baseline to judge them. Because Adam's not going to tell us when his company's going under. He's going to ride that ship until it blows up. So I don't think he's doing a bad job, but we don't want to find out a little too late as investors, right? That Adam is basically, they're seconds away from bankruptcy and they're not telling us. So something like that. But judging by their financials, they're doing well. We have at least 2 years, unless they do something really dumb and, like, I don't know, burn all their money in a freak gasoline fight accident. But if they don't do that, then yeah, we should be good for 2 years, or the remaining of this year and most of next year, to be accurate. There we go. All right, head back, take a look at the stock. While the coffee percolates. Yeah, slow-mo, not missing anything.
let's take a look. Yeah, so slow-mo, we're not going anywhere fast. Yeah, the classic Al Bundy. This is all just Illuminati trying to get you to forget about Al Bundy's score record. Don't let that be a distraction. He speaks the truth. Yeah. Alright, so the preliminary Fed speak should be now. Is that you, Tom? I see on the Reddit chat. Someone called you a melon boy. If that is you. He might have me muted just because he's at work. Wow, that Reddit chat is messed up. Don't be reading that. I just caught up on it. Oy. Alright, so we're going sideways. Excuse me. Okay, we're starting to see motion, but no volume. So the person's speaking, I'm guessing now, because it's starting to get a little more exciting. And it looks like huge sell-off, then huge buy back in. Everyone did the same thing? Yep. Okay. Oh, they're crossing the streams. Never cross the streams. Okay. So we're still going sideways, but the Dow's taking off. So the Dow's now the blue one. Oh, maybe we're getting in on some of that action. Yeah, look at that. The Dow's gassing it. Hey, we're getting in on some of that action. Good. All right. Volume's doubled, but still not high. Well, now, there we go. Hooray. Oh my god. Finally. Resurrected from our slumber. Okay, let this coffee brew. Because I fucking need a coffee. 100%. It's killing me. Day started off so good and then poop poop. Excellent. What are we at? 92. We're 8 cents away. And what time is it? 2 o'clock. We could do 8 cents in 2 hours. Yeah. I mean, it's late in the day. It's hard. But 8 cents. Come on. That's nothing. Oh, I just realized I don't have any cream for my coffee. That's sad pandas. Alright. Luckily, I have backup cream, also known as evaporated milk. How the Vietnamese do their coffee. if you're ever traveling and you go to Singapore, which one of our members here is from Singapore, get yourself a Kopi, Kopi-C, which is cream, and it's pretty delicious. Definitely tastes weird because they use evaporated milk and not, what anybody from North America is used to with delicious, luxurious cream. They use basically canned cream, which tastes weird, but it works. Yeah. It may be evaporated or it may be condensed milk. One of them's sweetened, one of them's not. Can't remember which one. I think condensed is sweetened and evaporated is not. Well, it's gonna need some sugar. There we go. All right, this will get me through the day. Oh, fuck. It's one thing I hate about trading stocks, that sometimes it is boring as shit. Usually there's another stock you can look at to kind of pick up the slack, but it looks like today is just one of those federal talking days. But the action should be going on right now. I'm just trying to walk back with a really full coffee without burning my fucking fingers off, which I've already done twice now. Ouch. 3 times. I overestimated the coffee 5 times. Ouch. All right, I'm back. Ow, that hurts a lot. Just add that to the pain Olympics of today. It doesn't help that my hands are shaking a little bit, which is not helping. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. I just spilled coffee everywhere. All over my remote and all over my unsealed desk. Sad. Hopefully I didn't short out my wonderful remote. Take the batteries out. Let it dry. Coffee has been the death of many a things in my house. Okay. So, I didn't miss much. We went up a whole 3 cents in that whole time. Jimmy's down. A little bit of fake out there. It's like, haha, but no. Look at that. Bait and switch. So my bet on Miviz is paying out. Don't think it's going to hold much longer. Yeah. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Man, if we could just hit 11, that'd be great. All right. So I wonder what the other YouTube talking heads are doing. They can't be following anything today that's really moving. They must be following Mivis. It's the only thing that's really moving today. Everything else is poop. Yeah. So they must be talking about Mivis. But then Mivis was an easy call, right? Like I called it earlier today. It was like, yeah, it might rise, but it's going to curve and sink eventually. And it's doing that. So we didn't even have to look at it. You don't walk away from, wow, that's hard to see. You don't walk away from basically that easily, right? So this is too much too quick, so it's going to pay. But that's just probably retard hype, judging by the volume. Now it's people like, we're going to drive it up like GME. Fine, but the fundamentals will come back and kick you in the ass later. So you can short all day and get paid for it. Because there's the commitment to crash it, and you have less commitment to bring it back. So, and this is probably all just ill thought of. So, anyways, yeah, that definitely paid out. Yeah, see, I could see the signs of it here that it was going to crash, and then it just took another 30 minutes, and but that was your warning sign. So that was a good sign, but it wasn't enough. So it's like, you're going down. You're not walking away from this. And so it did not. Same thing here. It's not walking away from that. But I don't know how long it's going to hold. Yeah, today's just been a big pile of suck. Now we might be able to do a U shape and get back to 1134 if we get the gas. Hans, fetch the gas. No, the gasoline. Damn it, Hans. Yeah. So the 1.1 million short shares available. I don't know if that's Borodesk or if that's in general. 100% util means that all of those shares are occupied. But if those are available, that means someone has opened up 1 million shares for people to borrow. So, as I said, all throughout last week and the last month, really, just because the util is 100 today doesn't mean the util is 100 tomorrow, right? It just, if someone wants to take the risk of loaning out their shares, they're getting 20% borrowing fee, right? The risk is they got to hold on to the shares, the original owner, if the shares are tanking, right? But if the shares go sideways or up, the original owner makes money because he gets his shares back and he gets interest and his shares gained value. Whereas if it goes down, right? So if the stock is looking like it's going to crash, nobody's going to want to rent out their shares. Getting 100% util is easy at that point. Anyways, so what you're seeing is likely this somebody, now that the stock's doing a little bit better the last couple days, they're now offering more shares to borrow. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know the rhyme and the reason, but that's what if that is correct, that's what's happening. So, yeah. Now, it could be that maybe we got those 47,000 new shares. So maybe now that there's more shares on the market, um, some brokerage is more willing to borrow them or lend them out. I don't know. Still, 20% is pretty good. It's a nice number. Although if it was like 30 or 40%, but then that doesn't match the risk profile. AMC's recovering, So how could you charge somebody 40, 50% on a stock that's likely to go up? So you don't want it too high because you want people to bite, but you don't want it too low or you're taking on risk and not getting rewarded, right? So you can reverse engineer that. The higher the percentage, the more risky it is for the dude that's lending them out. Yeah. No, you're here, Daniel. If you're posting with links, your stuff won't show up. Oh, I see you. Your post. I just didn't see it because I was dealing with the coffee burning my hands. Okay, so the synthetic shares. So synthetic shares are not. How to put it? They're not fake. The idea of them is not fake. I don't know if the wording is correct, but the idea that I loan you something I don't have, and then you loan somebody else something you don't have, and then, how far does that go down the rabbit hole, right? And then all of a sudden, if one of us drops the ball, there's a problem. So the idea of synthetics or shorting or naked shorts, that exists. Naked shorting is now banned since 2008 because of this on stocks, but you can still naked option contracts if you want. And so that just means you don't have the original thing. So there is synthetics or fake shares or non-covered stuff floating around, but it usually all gets cleaned up within 3 days. So even though there's all this crap out there, if you pause the stock market and look at it, there's probably millions of dollars that doesn't exist, right? But it all gets sorted out. Bob pays Peter, Peter pays this guy. If you trace it all down, it eventually gets cleaned up. But what ends up happening is that by the time the last guy gets paid, he's already passed it off to the next person. So the synthetics can stay alive for a long period of time. Even though it's getting closed, it's still getting passed around, right? Until finally somebody for 3 days doesn't do anything and it all gets sorted, right? But that's only if you try to pause the market and look at it. So that's not a big deal. It is a kind of a big deal when you have a recession or a crash because all that shit's up in the air and you don't know what's going on, right? Because you're like, oh no, I got $10 million in my bank account. And you find out half those companies are bankrupt and half their stuff doesn't exist. And then you get that Huang guy that nuked us at February 29th, I believe. He basically lost $5 billion. Like, poof. So the banks that were all giving him money, loaning him money, he doesn't have money to pay him back, which means they're missing money, which means their shareholders are missing money, which means their investors are missing money, and it cascades, right? So technically, the synthetics there were him. He didn't have the money to pay for his shares, so he can't pay his debts, right? So there is truth to the whole synthetics, and you can make synthetics and you can pass them around, but the impact that they ramble on about how the synthetics are ruining the market and the Illuminati are using them to keep you down, it's not true, because you can't just hold on to a hot pile of garbage for like a year. It's going to get sorted out. It is possible that you can have the fail to delivers. You're not paying up, but people go under all the time. People make bad bets all the time. People get margin called all the time, right? So when the numbers are not excessively high, it's just normal operations. People that are fucking up, they made a bad trade, whatever, right? Or there's a big business that made a bad trade and it's stalling to find money to cover the trade so they don't have to take the loss, i.e. Melvin Capital, right? Melvin Capital had a $5 billion loss, but instead of making it real, they doubled down, bought more, waited like a day, then got out and took like a
I think a 50% loss or 40% loss versus, nuclear annihilation loss, right? Actually, I don't even know if they told us what the loss was. They just had an unrealized loss of over 50% of all their money in the billions, right? So they played it. But that would show up on the fail to deliver because they're not giving the shares back because they're sure as shit not going to buy them and lose money, right? So they'll take the fine because the fine's cheaper than the $5 billion loss. But that doesn't matter because they're not going to hold out forever, right? So it's going to be a few days because, at some point the fine's going to exceed the shares. But anyway, so that's really where I draw the line, or the differential, is that the Redditor army, I guess, gets this idea that there's some type of evil manipulation. But they're right that there is such thing as synthetics, but I think they're quite wrong on the impact of them. But to be fair, the 2008, housing mortgage nuclear annihilation, right, which I think is 2008, that was caused by basically synthetic mortgages, if you will. They're mortgages that were subprime, listed as prime. So you had basically fake, they were real objects, if you will. They existed, but they were mislabeled. And so the people that had them thought they had something that was more valuable. So on their books, their numbers were higher. So then they could trade using those as collateral. So I have $1 million car in my backyard. I can use that to get loans and do things. Then you come by and say, oh, that Lambo is actually a Flambo and it's worth $5. Oh, well, I used it as collateral for all this shit. Now all those banks that think I have $1 million because I could liquefy my Lambo, turns out it's a Flambo, and turns out they're now missing $1 million, right? So they're going to try to get their money from me. But what happens if I spent it all? Oh, now we got a problem. And if that happens on a large enough scale, there's your synthetics, there's your market crash, there's 2008 in a nutshell. So, but that's what the Fed is trying to fight right now. They want to get shorts to be a little more transparent. That's what that new DTCC rule was. They need to have the shorts reporting daily or hourly or minutely. Anytime they change their position, they're supposed to report, because previously it was monthly. And in a month, a lot of things can go wrong. Where now, if it's reported daily or minutely, or as much as it changes, we can see it and we can see these problems before they happen. So anyways, that's the whole thing in a nutshell. So yeah, synthetics can bring the price up or bring the price down. Synthetics do not have to be short selling. You can technically give out synthetics. You could buy and have synthetics. It's just you're selling something that doesn't exist. So if you do that enough, you're driving down the price because you're giving away nothing. So you're deflating value technically. But if the synthetics never get called, you'll drive the share price into oblivion. If the synthetics get called, it comes out as net zero. Yeah. Because short selling is just selling the shares that you don't have, and then you buy them back at a lower price. A covered call is letting somebody buy your shares at a certain price, but you have them. A naked call is the same thing. Writing a naked call, it's the same thing, but you don't have the shares. So technically, when you don't have the shares, you started at zero and you added negativity. Whereas if you had the shares, you bought in, raising it up, and now you're selling it, going back to zero, right? So you added value, you took value. So technically, yes, synthetics and shorts and all this can drive a price down, but it's part of the balance. Just like irrational buying can drive the price up, which most people won't complain about, shorts just do the opposite. They just give you the ability to bring it down or bet on it going down. But shorts generally have to cover within 2 days after they do their deeds.
unless they borrow the shares and pay interest and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're going on about. Um, yeah, but that's also the whole goalpost that Reddit loves doing, right? They go, "Oh, look, things are proved true because I made up something, and then I make up something else that proves that I made up the first thing, but it's real." So if the 100% utilization, somehow they're still moving shares around, how could that be? Oh, I know why. It's because they're making fake shares. How could that be? Well, it's the only way they could trade if it was 100% eaten up. But the premise was wrong in the first place. Even when you get 100% utilization, the second anybody offers shares, right, it's not 100% anymore, right? 100% doesn't mean you can't sell. 100% doesn't mean you can't short. It just means it's going to be really hard to short because you got to find somebody that will let you short. But that 100% is probably not updating every 12 seconds, right? So you don't know if people are offering or taking away. Like it's a faulty premise. So that's, yeah, you start with faulty data, you end up with a faulty result. Um, Now, if it's been 100% unwavering for 5 days, I would find that a little weird because someone wants money, right? They're going to offer shares, and to say that there is no shares, that's not true either. We have a float of 407 million, and hardly, I would say, even half of that is probably consumed. I don't know if we have the actual numbers of what's consumed, but I highly doubt we're running out of shares, especially with the sell-offs we've been having the last couple of days. So you're going to have to go a little further on that one, Jacob. The concept of being a millionaire after spending money. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess you're going to talk about net worth versus liquid assets. But generally, when you spend, you are buying something that depreciates. Basically, it actually has less value than what you bought it for, usually immediately, such as the toy on the shelf that took 10 cents to make. You pay $10 and the resale value of it is less than 4. So at best, you're getting $4. So you're not a millionaire anymore because your net asset worth just went down. Unless you're buying something that gains value. Then you keep your millions. Usually purchasing, almost all things, it's a drive towards zero. But then that's how you transfer wealth, right? The toy maker gets you to spend $10, but he only pays 10 cents. So you're transferring your wealth to him. Yeah. Uh, well, I was on it. but but that's not inherently true, right? So, and I just covered that. So you can spend your millions, right? But you just have to buy stuff that appreciates, such as stocks. But you may not be a millionaire anymore. You might be a multi-millionaire now, right? So again, this goes back to what I'm talking about with Reddit. They're not wrong, but it's one side of the picture. It's partial truths. It's only as true as you can stretch it, and then as soon as you add to it, it doesn't hold up. And they do this quite often, so whatever. But and that's why the 100% util doesn't matter, right? It's not a life changing. Doesn't matter at all. Well, I mean, it matters if you want to short sell, because you might not be able to. I still can't short sell because my bank doesn't have any shares. And at 100% util, it would definitely have no shares. So, yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We should forget doing a Trey Collins or Traymore Collins interview with Adam Aaron. I'm just going to go get a Buddhist monk and be like, what do you think about stocks? That will be the interview. How do you feel? Buddhist monk's take on AMC. Much tribulation with this stock. You see, when the water flows through the stock and it is nothing but red, it's a good indication that all the fish are dead in the stream. One should not drink from such river, lest he becomes the bloodied fish. So wise. Although that would just be a play on don't stare into the abyss where you may become. I like capitalism. I mean, it's better. It's better than communism. Communism's better on paper. It's horrible in practice. Unfeathered capitalism is brutal. It's about as bad as communism, unfeathered communism, because you're forced to be communal, and in this case, you're forced to be isolationist, aggressive, throw other people in the meat grinder to get ahead, right? So I like a little bit of an in between, partly because I'm Canadian, but partly, you know, if you look at any type of political structure, I like a republic. Dictatorships are not bad as long as you have a good leader. Plato's Republic is quite good, but you have to have smart, educated people. But with capitalism, all you need is consumers. You don't need smart people. You don't need anybody to work together. You just need greed, which is human nature, and you need people fighting or consuming. Perfect. That's the most stable form of government because that's what people are going to do anyways, right? So it's a good. It's not the greatest for humans to be under, but it's very stable because you're not fighting against human nature. You're embracing it. But if you embrace it too hard, then we go back to tribalism and it's white versus black and east side versus west side, and people are getting ground up in the factories for cash. And then you got that with, you know, minimal wage being so low, working poor, 2 to 3 jobs just to survive, blah 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 blah, no health care. You get sick, you die, right? So that's the ass end of capitalism. Where communism, if you don't cooperate, we kill you. You work together for the greater good, and if you don't think that's right, tough tits. So into the jail, or you're a dissident, right? So that's your extremes. So yeah, I don't hate on capitalism. It's not amazing. It does hurt people, but it's definitely a strong way to run a government. All right, Powell's speaking. Let's do this. Yep, he's starting. Okay, so far so good. All right, let's get all the indexes up here. Okay, here we go. It's gonna get a little busy here, but we got all the indexes here, and then we'll just move ourselves up. There we go. See what happens. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but once you regulate capitalism, it stops being capitalism, and it starts being, or unfeathered capitalism, unrestricted capitalism, to use a simpler word. And then you start getting into like what Canada does. We're socialist, but like people first. government second, business last. Where the States, it's business first, government second, people last. And some countries, it's government, then business, then people, right? But the problem with people first is people can be idiots and people can be finicky and stupid, and that's not good. So we have, the business comes, in our case, third, but sometimes second. But at the end of the day, the people don't get ran over by the business. Our government doesn't get run over by business either. But we let business do what it needs to do to make us strong. But that's it, right? If you go too hardcore and you don't care about business at all, you end up like Soviet Russia, and then your country falls apart. Nobody wants to invest. Nobody wants to make a business. Nobody wants to earn money. So you have to have a little bit of reward for all that effort, right? Why would I be a doctor in a communist country and get paid $5 an hour when I could make $50 an hour doing the same thing, the same risks and the same stress, right? So that's the trade-off you have to keep a mind on. And that's what Canada struggles with all the time. And I'm sure the Nordic countries, they're very similar, right? Sweden, Finland, Norway. They would be balancing that balance between, ridiculous human rights and standards of living and what business needs to thrive. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, somebody keeps bringing that up, but what we consider extreme in Canada is like somebody that doesn't apologize. So even our extremes are not by any means extreme. Canada's entire political spectrum doesn't even fit into a sliver of the United States. So what the States considers liberal, we consider our far left. And everything even further than the US is extreme. Like they're calling people communists, and it's like, oh boy, you don't even know communism. So we're way off, you know, way off. Yeah, but yeah, it works for us. I like it. Okay, so it looks like we're going up. Everyone is liking the speech. We're not seeing any volume though. Am I on the 1 minute? Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute. Oh Christ, it's slow. Yeah. Tom nailed it. Yeah, we're left of center, but you see, the U.S. is extreme left, right? All of America is off to the right, essentially. So when they say they're extreme left, Canada's even further because they don't even make it to the center, right? And that's the takeaway. Yeah. Whoa, look at us go. I looked away for a second. That's a bit of nos to the yellow and the purple just took off. Okay, they're bringing it back a little. They're dialing it down, but that was a good push. Yeah, there it is right there. Okay, looks like they're happy with it all. S&P has stopped going sideways, and yeah, so it broke down, and now it's she's going good. All right, hopefully that translates something for us. Come on, get us at least to 11 for close. Least you can do, shitty ass stock. Oh, you're giving us the takeaways? Okay, so they're dumping money into the market. Nice. Yeah, without getting too at each other's throat. I don't mind political conversations, but try not to go after each other directly. Um, but the U.S. has always had a streak of centric or centrist, I, myself, me, self determination, and money speaks. Capitalism, right? The self made man. And all of that pushes you to the right. So if left is communism and right is capitalism on that scale, and your up and down scale is fascism and anarchy, most of America floats to the right. Whereas anything that came from Britain and stayed from Britain has the idea of we do it for the greater good, we do it for society. Realistically, society is the queen or the government, so it's just another means to control. But that for king and country, for the people, for my town, that mentality starts you off further to the left, right? And anybody that comes from like a village or a tribe or somewhere that they really have to rely on each other, they're going to be extremely on the left because every person's valuable. Whereas people that grew up, with wealth in America will be like, fuck everyone else, you suck. I can make my own, and that's the far right per se. Anyways, so anyways, just to clarify for those that may not be aware of the left-right kind of measurement scale. And then the up-down, people don't talk about that much, but it's basically going to Mussolini's Italy or whatever those fucking woke people, anarchy, the other way, right? So one is all government controls everything, and the other one is government controls nothing. And both of them are kind of silly. Anarchy being the silliest, but some people think that we'll just all hold hands and it'll be kumbaya. They have not seen Africa, nor have they seen what happens when people are put into tribes. They fucking kill each other. It's kind of what we did for the last, 2,000 years. So tribalism is not where we want to go. Ever. But, whatevs. A little bit of political theory while we wait for this stock to take off. Well, avoiding labels, right? Like progressive, liberals, whatever, because those are just labels that summarize a diverse group of people, right? It's like saying Black Lives Matter protesters. That can encompass my grandma all the way to a 12-year-old kid that doesn't know what they're doing, to a guy that wants to burn down the White House, to a scholar, right? It's too broad, these labels. But you are right. Progress in the United States has been mostly driven, societal progress has been driven by your progressives or people that are leaning more to the left. But the strength of the United States, it's GDP. That's the railroads. That's the tycoons. That's the Rothschilds. That's the industry, the factories, the people giving the finger to Britain. So without capitalism and without the factories and without the railroads and the pioneers and all the industry that came with it, you would have nothing. The States would be a backwards piece of crap country like, every other country that's struggling to become a first world country, right? So don't shit on the capitalists because they're what makes America the strongest economy in the world. And that's why China's gaining strength. It's exploiting labor. It's putting people in factories. It's working them to death. The 1800s. So they're just now getting a taste for capitalism, right? But whether or not to say that's right and is that good for the workers? No. But it's good for the country, right? So you got to weigh those out. You can't just say one side trumps the other side. Yeah, exactly. I would say the United States would probably be like South America if the United States didn't go, or they would advance at the same speed as Britain because they would have never broken free, right? They would have no money, no industry, know nothing, and we'd probably all be speaking German right now. Because, that old chestnut, right? Um, or you'd all be speaking Canadian. Maybe. Looks up into the clouds and dreams. Oh, I would not want to see the Canadian version of Florida Man. Oh, wow, that's a gator. I should stick my head in there. Oh, lots of teeth. You should be brushing more. Something really dumb. uh, oh, better go do some meth. Toodles. Oh, man. Florida is a mess. So, looks like, how long is this speech supposed to go on? Looks like we got a little bit of push, but we're starting to teeter. You already done talking? Yeah. Well, when I say we all be speaking German, there's a small problem with that one. Mm. And what backstop is talking about is quite right. Yeah. Yeah. But a lot has changed too, right? And so has your left. So the left in the United States, which was presumably hardcore Christian values as well, not as conservative as maybe the Republicans were when they first started, but they would have probably been equally, religiously fervored. And now they're drifting away from it. Now it's science, liberty, and all that. So yeah, you definitely have both parties were very close to each other, right? They basically had the exact same talking points, and people were thoroughly confused because they were basically the two of the same. But then as time progressed, they're trying to differentiate themselves, and that divide has greatly widened. But it also, Republicans and Democrats have taken on way more extreme um, individuals, right? Like you have Bernie Sanders with extreme views, and then you have Ted Cruz with redonkulous views. You have Donald Trump who is like extreme views just because he was stupid. So he's not grounded in reality, right? And you got utopian views and you got hellfire and brimstone views, and it's like, where are you finding these people, right? So that has definitely contributed to the overall problem, but that's a bigger issue, more than this little channel can handle. But yeah. Well, you do say like, the left or the right, we're under attack. That's whenever there's a threat to your safety and security, again, it's the hierarchy of needs. That's the lowest thing that triggers the most primal of humans, right? So of course, that's what Fox News puts out. That's what anybody that wants clickbait puts out. So, as Jon Stewart once aptly said, when you amplify everything, you hear nothing. And because all these people are competing for your attention, they just keep ramping it up. Top 10 things that could kill you. Is a nuclear holocaust around the corner? What if Raptor Jesus and the Nazis joined force? And they just keep going into absurdity because you're so used to the normal stuff. We have to go find extreme stuff, right? And then that's the whole echo chamber. And you can see that on Reddit with bringing it back to stocks. Nobody cares about 100% util. But if there's an Illuminati in the hedge funds, gasp, and they're out to get you, gasp, and they hate your family and they're going to eat your babies, extra gasp. Now all of a sudden you care, right? Oh, you're sticking it to those hedgies. You're doing absolutely jack shit. Collectively, you might be hurting them a bit. I think we've killed 4 hedge funds, but that's them fucking up. You're just making it worse. You're not going out there and hurting them. If you did nothing, I guess they would go off scot-free. Sure, maybe. But to think you yourself are doing something is a little stupid. And so, yeah, anyways, it's just how it is. People want to feel like they're making a difference. They want to feel safe, but don't buy into anything that's hyperbole or hyperbole, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Yeah. You gotta just move on. Yeah. Not to shit on you. You know, you're free to have your opinion, but yeah, don't think that generalized statements are basically valid, because there's just too much diversity and depth. Yeah. But whatever, as long as you keep it civil, have your conversations. This is how humanity advances. Nothing ever comes from stifled conversation, which is why I won't shy away from a topic, and I will not mute you unless you start attacking people with hostility and emotion, because conversation is what makes the world go round. Attacking people, not so much, unless they suck. Then that's your opinion, which may be valid, but still your opinion. Suck is a relative term. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I think that speech is over because we teetered out. So we got to 1088. So at least we're a little bit closer. How long's this speech supposed to go, Tom? If you're still there. I guess I could Google this instead of just asking. Let's see here. Well, freedom of speech doesn't exist in Canada, but you get freedom of expression in this channel. You're free to express yourself until it becomes a hate crime, racism, etc., etc., etc. State of the Union tonight. Oh, boy. So it's not going to end. Oh, boy. We're going to wake up tomorrow and it's going to be smoke and fire. Now, the Fed is what we're going through right now, right? So I'm just curious how long Powell's speech is. Yeah. Let's see here. So they're talking about if the market does too well, then people are going to get outside too much. And as a result, we're going to have a huge market spike and a huge spike in coronavirus. I'm like, oh my God, that's reading into it a little too much. Okay. Looks like he's still speaking. Let me just take a look. No, he's done. No, he's talking still. He's taking questions now. Okay. So, yeah, it looked like it was done. So it probably ended at 42, 10 minutes ago, and he's just doing questions now. In case you want to see, it's just right here. There you go. Okay, let's look at the State of the Union. State of the Union. Okay. So he's going to give us his vision for the next 12 months. So, I think the State of the Union is going to be pretty good, because that's usually written by your writers. It's not off the cuff, and it's going to give you a year outlook, right? So it's going to be, we're going to fight the coronavirus, we're going to recover the economy. Now the key would be if he mentions China. So he's probably got some pressure to mention, we're going to deal with aggressors in the world sort of deal, right? They won't probably call out China by name, but he may put his foot down on the Uyghurs or put his foot down on, the meddling in the open ocean, the international waters, right? So, and that would get him favor from Philippines, Vietnam, Southeast Asia in general, Australia, Japan, South Korea, right? So he probably wants to give them a nod just so that, they feel like they're still in the picture. Maybe a nod to Europe as well, Europe's struggling with the coronavirus and, we're brothers in arms, blah, 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 blah. I don't think there's too much for him to say that's negative. The States has done really well, aside from, the death toll. But they've done good economically. But then they stayed open and let people die instead of closing down the country, right? So, YOLO. Sucks if you're an old person. The government just threw you under the proverbial bus. Oh well. Yeah, so other than the death toll, I don't think there's much going on in the United States that is pressing. Oh, I guess he might talk about his his ecological, Paris Accord and all that, right? And that might cause us a little market spook. And if he's really dumb, he would talk about his tax plan again. But that would be just dumb. Yeah, I think it should be okay. It should be a good State of the Union. So then, if it comes off good, then we should have, tomorrow is a Friday or a Thursday? Let's see. Tomorrow is a Thursday. Thursdays can be a good day. So we might get our surge tomorrow. All right. So none of this question and answer period has really given us a kick to the pants. We're moving with the market right now, almost pound for pound. So if they start to go up, we should see it. Give him a Red Bull. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Mr. Biden, have some of this water. Man, this spicy water is great. I could sniff hair from across the room. The eagle has been energized. Oh, well, you don't make rules, or you don't agree to a cult. That's not how cult works. If it squeezes based on momentum, my exit strategy is hit that sell button the second it slows down. But the problem with the squeeze is it's impossible to time the top. So I might just sell like a quarter right at the beginning and then leave the rest for it to go up. But yeah, it's hard. But I'm definitely bailing if it's squeezed, and then I'll buy back in when it's done, because you can't go up that high without a huge retraction. And I'm not going to be riding the whole thing up and riding the whole thing down if I can help it. I'll probably end up riding or I'll sell too early or something, but that's my problem, my risk, my rewards, right? Yeah, my name knows what's up. Yep, the cult of lemons. You just, oh, shit, I'm in a cult. Yep. Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'll be here when that happens, Zeus. I'll be here. You'll have to make your decisions when, but we'll be riding through it when it happens. if I'm not, dead or not alive at that moment. Yeah, once you get a taste for the lemon, you're hooked. It's lemon crack cocaine. I'm playing my little Space Engineers game. Is that a Tesla? And I just see Overkill flying with a big Tesla-shaped Lambo spaceship. Um, Technically irrational here has gone through COVID, or irrelevant if he's still in the channel right now. He got COVID from bat poo. So he didn't get the COVID, but he got a COVID, and it's fucked him up pretty bad. Yeah, he goes to like therapy every other day. We're gonna win this stock for him. Yeah. Apes are susceptible to COVID. Gotta be careful. Yeah, he got his COVID from climbing in caves. Bat poo. Guano, apparently. 40% of Americans had their vaccines, so should be a bunch in here. At least half is 20, half of that is. So there should be at least 10 people in here that have got their vaccine already. If they're American. Yeah, see? I mean, that's only 2 people, but point. Yeah. Initial COVID death rate was a little spooky. Then it was like, it's just the flu. But then it's like, oh, the long term effects of it, and that's no flu. That's no moon. So, yeah, I'm doing my best to avoid it like the plague. It's not one of those things you want to just catch it and get it over with. Nope. um, yeah. And what country are you in, Zeus? Oh, yeah, you're in Ecuador, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, Canada had to scrape and scrounge and beg because we don't produce our own vaccines. We rely on the States because why not? But the States was like, yeah, we're not sharing. And we're like, fuck. So we have to get our vaccines from Germany and the hand me downs from the States, right? Like, it was kind of dumb. Pfizer US sold to the US government. We had to buy from Pfizer Germany and wait in line. It's like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're in sour hour. Here we go. To say the vaccine is untested is incorrect. It's just accelerated. Um, could it be more thoroughly tested? Probably, but it's not unsafe. It's been tested. It just hasn't been 20-year case study, right? Which is fine. Um, all right, so here we go. Sour hour. Sour hour. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Okay. So let's see what this hour of sour brings us today. Where's the squeeze? All right, there's the squeeze. That little candle. Yeah. It's quite possible you had it my name and you just have a strong immunity system. There's been a few days that I felt like death, and I'm like, COVID? But, you know, if you have an ass kicking immunity system or you didn't get a strong enough exposure, then you're going to be walking away pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, it's good we haven't lost any members so far to COVID. It's good. Yep. Alcohol cures. Man, Finnish people and Russian people live for a long time. They should have died ages ago. But they're so pickled, nothing hurts them. It's like, yeah, you can't have a sore throat with bacteria infection if you're constantly drinking alcohol. It just can't happen. Get a little bit of that in your lungs, boom, clean as a whistle. It's true. I do that with soft drinks. If I have a sore throat, you just nuke it with the acidity in the soft drinks. It helps get the bacteria count down, and then that gives your body a better fighting chance. Yeah. Or if I eat spoiled food and I can feel my throat starting to go because the bacteria is doing its thing, just chug down some acidic whatever, and that gives you a better fighting chance. Yeah. Oh, so you're completely clear. Damn. Well done. You dodged that bullet. That COVID bullet. Yeah, I don't drink pretty much at all. So I rely on acidic pops and medication to get me through the worst of times. I can't remember the last time I was sick though. Like aside from what I have right now, which is more of a digestive issue. Uh, Last time I was really, really sick, it's got to be around 5 years ago. I think that was a stomach flu. Oh yeah, the one that went around the office. Oh fuck. There was some type of virus and it was really cool because there was an outbreak in Toronto and then you hear people like violently throwing up in Toronto, whatever. And then all of a sudden somebody in our office gets sick and then everyone starts dropping one by one by one by one. And I'm like, oh man, I hope I don't get it. And then I like a day later, after like half the office has died, metaphorically, I get it. And it's like 2 days of just throwing up. And then it's like, oh boy. Yeah, it was like Norwalk, but it wasn't. Yeah, now I remember. Oh, that was so painful. Dry heaving, not good. But that was like about 5 years ago. But then again, I don't lick poles, except for the stripper poles. But you know, who doesn't? But just keep your hands clean and keep them out of your mouth, and life's good. Yeah, I don't know about the mutations. Man, we're going sideways. Uh, this might be a robot. We'll see. Um, yeah, I don't know about the mutations. If the vaccine is good, then the vaccine will deal with the mutations and in fact stop the mutations because the virus itself will be wiped out.
right? But the fact that this is a novel coronavirus, it means it mutated in the first place from something else, which means this virus is very prone to mutating, which is why it's surviving. So the only way we're going to really get any rest in peace is by eradicating it, essentially, and hoping that the new strains don't end up back into the animal population. And then, okay, now you got the new strains fucking around, right? Like rabies. Rabies doesn't just appear from nowhere, right? One animal infects another animal, and the cycle of life continues for the last gazillion years, right? Viruses can't fly, so it has to be a person that gives it to a person, right? So if everybody just stopped for 14 days, the shit would be done. Hell, lots of infectious diseases would be done, right? But people are stupid and people won't, and so forth and so forth. But things that kill you really quickly, like Ebola, people aren't fucking around with that, right? So then they stop. They shut down whole areas. So Ebola basically gets wiped out and then goes back to the bats where they can't hunt them down. They can't eradicate all the bats. Destroy the, ecology, right? And then some idiot decides to eat some bats. Aye, and here we are again. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how COVID's going to go in the long term. Middle Eastern respiratory illnesses are been around forever, and this is a version of it. And maybe we'll have better protocols in the future. As soon as someone gets the flu, we test them to make sure it's not super flu, i.e., coronavirus. I don't know. Yeah. 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 It might be the case. Yeah, you might be right, Mr. Seuss or Mrs. Seuss. Yeah. Because as long as it only mutates like once a year, a vaccine would, or like a booster shot vaccine will kill it. Like the flu shot's keeping up with the mutations basically. When you're younger, you get a flu shot from the lethal ones, the flus that are known to be ass kickers. But those ones are out in the wild, but suppressed, right? But if you got it, you'd be dead. And so you get those, but as the little guys mutate, and thankfully the flu hasn't turned into some super flu, right? No Spanish flu, Mark II, right? Oh, shit, what's going on? There's a crashing. Whoa, everything's going red. What is going on? Someone just hit the sell button. What the fuck is going on? Is Biden talking already? Yeah, it's a broad market sell-off. Everyone, is it done? Looks like it's done. The fuck was that? That was weird. Sorry for the weird ditch to conversation, but this is a lot more important. But yeah, I think you're definitely right. We'll get booster shots. That was weird. What's the volume on that? Volume is 15? 19. Ooh, 20. That's pretty heavy. But that also was replicated across the market. It's not done yet. Nope, it took our breather and it's not done. Rip. Okay, I'm going to get rid of all of these guys. We only need one of them. Okay, let's go back to AMC. Let's change this color so it's a little bit more visible. Yeah. There we go. All right. Well, that was an interesting, unfortunate tumble. So we have 15 minutes to the squeeze, which might give us an upkick. Yeah. Yeah. Is it Biden talking? Yeah. The State of the Union address is usually after people get home, so 6 or 8 o'clock, right? Now with everyone working from home, I don't know how that plays out. Okay, so it looks like there was just somebody pulled the plug, so maybe some big firm just liquefied portfolios or something. But that was synchronized, right? So that was the Dow, the Nasdaq, the S&P, which is part of, I believe, the Nasdaq. So just a big pullout. Yep, 15 minutes. It is 3:15 right now. Well, this is an unfortunate leggy day. I was really hoping for the recovery, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Sad pandas. But at least yesterday was good, even though we pretty much erased yesterday. But at least we had that moment together. It's a good moment. Actually, if we're doing bad, Miviz is probably doing worse. Yep, I'm back to making money on my short sell. Yeah, so suck it, Mivis. I told you you're a dead horse. Now go, die like I order you to die. And this earnings is just gonna murder it. Mivis is gonna get earnings tomorrow. It might be end of day tomorrow, but we'll see. Goodbye, Mivits, or however you pronounce that. That's us. Wow, that's weird. How look at the tops are almost the same. Yeah. Oh wait, this is AMC. I thought I clicked GME. Yeah, there. The tops are kind of the same. Yeah. So they've been running on autopilot just like we were. Yeah. Like that's pretty much the same. And then the spike here, pretty much the same. Yeah. It is weird. But at least we started the day off good. Like that drop was pretty bad. The recovery was great. Now we're back to basically where we started this morning, which is fine. But at least our people showed that, we're not going to do a -6. And unfortunately, that was their only hoorah. They couldn't sustain it throughout the day. Such is life. Oh yeah, manipulation. Does limit stop losses work in a dip like that? So like in a crash, depends on the severity of the crash. And yes and no. So if the crash is so severe that basically there's no buyers, then you can't actually sell. So the only way the price can go down is if there's a buyer, because if no one's willing to buy, the price can't move, right? So the market maker provides the liquidity by taking all the sells and taking all the buys and swapping hands or keeping them or whatever, right? But in the case of a major crash, usually it's the market maker just sucking up all the sells. And then sometimes it will refuse to take your orders, or it can only take so many orders so quickly. So you're waiting and waiting and waiting for yours to take. And by that time, you're well past the limit and it won't execute. So I think I was in a crash once and I hit market. It took almost 3 whole seconds for a market to execute once. But that was just, there was so much going on that it took 3 seconds for the buyer and seller matchup to happen, or the market, the market maker to accept my offer of pennies. Yeah, but yeah, you got to watch with limits because there's a possibility they'll jump over and they won't execute. So what you do is you do a market order set at a limit. So once it goes over that limit, it will bust into market order. So that's a triggered stop loss to market kind of deal. But if you do a limit, which is to this point but no further, so it has a trigger price and an absolute price, then it won't go past that point. And in the case of a big crash, it will trigger. And if the trigger is too close, you won't execute because it'll blow right by it. So if that answers your question. So, yeah. Yeah, if I had more money, I'd be buying more. The good news is my my covered call for the 14th is going to be milking me money. I guess I could sell a naked call. Oh no, my brokerage wouldn't let me do it. It's going to say I could sell a naked call for 14. And then just make sure it's like a half of my money or something. And then it goes up to 16 and I cry. Oh, sad pandas. All right, 10 minutes till we get a little bit of a kick in the pants. Let's see what our total volume is. 32. So, yeah, we slowed down considerably. Yep, no problem. Is Excedra asking me a question? Oh yes, I used the premium to buy shares way back when it was $9. So I'm making money all the way up on those 200 or so shares. Or no, 700 shares. Yes. Yeah. No, 70. If I got $700 and they're $10 a piece, I get 70. Right. I was going to say that number seems high, but I got them at 9, so I got like 100 and something shares. $10. TOS. I don't know what TOS is. Oh yeah, yeah. I get percentages up all the time. Nothing new. Like my paper trading, I was up almost $500,000 or so on this. You have to wait it out. It took about half a month. Yeah, about half a month, and then yeah, whatever. Thinkorswim, right? That's what TD bought in the United States. Yeah. We use a modified version of their platform in Canada, one of the older versions. We are like hobos in Canada for brokerages platforms. They're horrible. Yeah, I was setting up my interactive brokers yesterday, but now I got to go find a bunch of documentation to prove I'm a real human because I don't live in the United States and they can't verify me by some Illuminati crap because, you know, the corporations that do personnel search don't know I exist because I'm not American. So anyways, you know, privacy laws and all that. So hopefully I'll be over at Interactive Brokers soon. So I'm going to ship out all my money from my my Canadian brokerage and ship it all into that American brokerage. Yes, I'm from Ottawa, Canada. Well, hello from Meth, Florida. Uh, yeah, I would not buy until 5 or 10 minutes into tomorrow. Because with Biden speaking tonight, I don't know the impact, right? So this negative 6% will probably erase. We already did earlier today. But right now it looks like everyone's just hesitant. And it's the hesitation that's killing us. So once they get committed again, we'll go up. So wait until you see that. Is basically my play. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. I mean, you could place the bet now if you wanted to. What you could do is you could even do options and bet towards 13 by end of week or 12, or bet that it'll stay under 14. Do a covered call, and just if you do it now, your premium will be the highest, right? And it executes in 2 days, but that's guaranteed money basically, with very limited risk. So yeah, you could execute a covered call. You just depending on how many shares you hold, you can write contracts for every 100 shares you hold, and there's extra money in your pocket. Yeah, no, Biden tanks the market partly because the market wants to show that Biden's bad. So I'm sure there's people that just take their stocks out just to make the market look bad, right? Um, but partly too, right? Like, if that's what happens, then yes, he causes that effect. It's not him doing it; it's people that hate him. You know, big business that wants to screw people. Fine, but you got to play the game, right? It's not a matter if it's right or wrong. It's a matter of does it happen or not. So 0 day options, yeah. Come on, Biden. Say the dirtiest things about the economy. Come on. Tell her she's a naughty girl. Oh, filthy. That's some filthy speak. uh, oh, looks like we might get something out of the squeeze. Okay, I've updated the title for this channel. It's now not Surge Day, but Sadness Day. We're gonna pour a big gulp out. Market price can only be done on a. Who's asking him about market price? You can do a market limit on an app. I do it all the time. Just depends on your brokerage. A limit order, as it's also called, is a message that can be sent to the market. It costs you extra money to do a limit. Maybe back in the day, there was only such things as a market order, and the limit was done by the computer executing the orders. But I'm pretty sure now you can send limits to the market, and that's how we get our level 2 data, right? That's why there's all these people just sitting there waiting. If not, there would be no such thing as level 2 data. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure limits exist. It's like a fundamental part. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to have to get some hockey chants. Let's go, AMC. Let's go. Everyone's cheering on at home. The hell are you doing yelling at your screen? I'm hoping the green stick beats the red stick. They're in the semi-playoffs. The quarterfinals. Yeah. Oh, the red guy scored a touchdown. Just like a Matrix, you just lie to people in the room. Oh, you can't see it? Oh, well. It's probably just because you're new to stocks, right? 30 minutes before the squeeze? No, this is the squeeze. So now we should see a little boost coming up in 10 seconds. You can ask whatever you want, Mr. December 85. It's fine. This is a free and open forum. Come on, where the hell's our boost? Well, so much for that boost. Maybe it's just delayed. Yeah, that's it. Just delayed. Come on. You can do it. Ow. The volume on the right-hand side is huge, but they're not finding a price. So the stock's not moving. They're just duking it out with huge numbers, but we're not going anywhere. Yeah. I don't know if we're... I could take a look. So I haven't looked at the large U shape lately because we've gone sideways, right? So let's remove drawings. Do this, right? So yeah. So this is fine. This was yesterday, right? But then we started to roll right here. Then we boosted, which is good. But then we fell again, right? So this is what we needed to see. That's what I was talking about this morning. Oh no, this is the roll. This is today. Okay, yeah. So there's the roll. So we're following the edge. That's yesterday's roll. So then we crash and we boost up, and this is today. So yeah, what I wanted is us to go. We needed to go back up to here, but yeah, everything was going to plan until about 1 o'clock yesterday, which is like there. So now we're in the roll, which will be like this. So we'll have another day of crap till we get to right about here. It's possible we might just do a U shape or a V, but chances are it'll be a U shape. So we'll open neutral and we'll pick up near the end of the day, last day of the month, and then we'll start hard the start of next month. Yeah. But if we could have got back to like 12 or something real early, then we would be off to the races. But it's not meant to be, so we just don't want to see this come up. This long, fucking drawn out piece of crap. We don't want that. But yeah, we should be 1009 should be our floor for this if this is a cup shape. But if it's a small cup, as I said earlier, then this should have been quicker. So we shouldn't have had this tail, and we should see no positivity tomorrow if it's this cup. If it's this cup, the big guy, then we should see this go either flat and roll. Yeah, it has to either go flat or roll or just completely not do it. Just go nuts. Yeah, that would confirm the big cup. which I think we can already see. I think the U's there. It's possible that we're actually trying to get to a different U, but then we shouldn't have had this. This is all wrong. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah. But, you don't have to complete a U. Often U's do not get completed like this. There's a U here, right? It did not reach this, right? But see the result? You never get back to that point. You go down, and it takes you a while to get back, right? So that might be what we're going to do. We're not going to get here. We're going to go down, and then it's going to take us a while to get there. And that's kind of what I said earlier. If we can't get right back, then we're going to have to find ourselves, and then we can go attack it again. That dastardly 12 giving us all the trouble. All right, so here is our hour of sour. And this is, oh, sorry, our hour of sour started here. Okay. Click. Remove. There we go. And there. And that's not right either. Right here. That's why hand drawing is not recommended. There you go. Much better. TX. What's BTX? Bitcoins? I think. Our earnings is on the 10th, isn't it? Unless they moved it up. Oh no. It's the 10th. Is that Tuesday? No. It's Monday, 2 weeks from now. You can, depending on how you, like a stock screener, right? If you're setting parameters, so you could set a parameter that tells you where it's undervalued. Show me stocks that were riding high and aren't anymore. So like, if you did an average, right, and say the stock's doing this, and there's the average, when there's a huge deficit like this, that means there's probably huge value. Show me those, and then I can find them, right? If you make a big enough average, the stock really wants to go like this, right? So it's going to try again to go like the same angle. It just had a period of going sideways, right? Just like we see in the stock when it does this. It's trying to go this way. It gets pushed over by the wind. Off it goes, right? So you can look for those, or undervalued, or stocks that are trading below, share prices below their core value. But you have to know about the company because there's a reason for all of that. So, but that's what you can use a stock screener for. Earning is June 8th. Our next earning call, it says May 10th. Who's you talking about? Us? Because we're supposed to have one every 3 months. Our last one was 2 months ago. Shit. What do I want? 1 month. Our last one was just at the ass end of March. Are these monthly? They're not monthly. They should be every 4. So we went November to March. So December, February, January. There's 3. Then we go, and there's 2. Yeah, why so soon? Yeah, good point. Now, if we go back, though, so 2 months, 3. Oh, this one's really tight. So June, July, August, November, April. Okay. I mean, earnings, they don't have to set an exact time, right? There's November. There's March. They didn't have one in May. Got pushed to June 10th. Then there's August. November. Okay. November 6th. And this one is basically November 6th. So this one is the odd one. And this one is an odd one. And then the next one after that is going to be June 10th. That's weird. Why are they so close to each other? Yeah. Yeah, this might be an error. This is the period ending March 2021. And this is the period ending in December. Yeah, because you're 3 months ahead. So January, February, March. Oh, no, that makes sense. Yeah. January, February, March. And then this one would be March, April, and all of May. But you haven't even done May. Or no, sorry. This one's December. Then this one is January, February, March, April, May. Or no, January, February, March, this one. Then the next one in June will be April, May. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. Weird. Okay. It's all good. Yeah, this definitely can be wrong. How much time do we have left? 15 minutes, and we're surging up. I just noticed that. Look at that go. Sweet. We found some retard strength. Yeah, that's all us. Anybody else going up? That's pretty much us. Unless, nah. Alright, come on, give us some of that retard strength. Yeah, that makes a little more sense now that I look at it. I was like, wait a second, you're right, that one's so close. So we got solid volume. Getting a good retard push. Alright. There we go. That'll give some scope. So the blue lines are stop. So how high can we go? If this is the Mortal Kombat money being dumped in, and it turns around. Ooh, sorry, Raiden. Oh yeah, give it some Johnny Cage sunglasses. Yep. A handle? Well, you got your W. Your handle would have formed right here. You've blown right by that. So 50% mark or 100% mark. We're past that, so we're going to be in a different pattern now. Da, da, dun, 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 dun. Lemon bands. They're like Ray-Bans, but made of lemons. Do, do, do. Panic pie. Uh, there. Get over here, share price. Skewered all the lemons. Oh, no, no, no. Not at all. These are only 20s and 10s. No, no, no. This is just us, normal people. A bit of that share offering was right here. This one was intense. So they bought in around 11. But you can see like the volume when I move over. The volume just disappears because it's so big. And there's a couple of buy-ins here. Those are 10s. And this is a 20 and 19. So that's a sell, right? So, not much. We're still at 34 million. We're actually going to close below our recent averages. When these numbers up here start saying like 100 plus, like not actually 100, but 100K, that's when a whale has splashed. 20, it's not much. And we're still going. We're starting to roll. So we can make a dome shape or whatevs. So we're basically looking at that as our support line. Or, well, our defining line. Line of scrimmage. Yeah, I'm giving her all she got. I'll go find some more. Well, you see, laddie, you tell the captain that you don't have any more, but you always keep just a little bit in reserve. So when he needs it, you just magically find it. I'm glad they gave Scotty that episode where he's talking to the people in the future, telling them how to do their thing. Yeah, that's James Doonan, a Canadian actor. He's currently in space. They smuggled his ashes into space. Yeah. Yeah, I think they previously launched him in a rocket into space, and then they smuggled his ashes up to the International Space Station behind a picture frame, I think, or a card of his photo. So, oh, that's Scotty telling. I think it's one of the movies. They find him on that planet that's made out of, like it's a giant machine, and basically it's encompassing a sun. Either that or it's Enterprise, I guess. But who's he telling this to? He's telling this to somebody, doesn't listen to him, and then he feels out of place, which sounds like Voyager. Who had the dickish engineer? O'Brien, Geordi. Then in Voyager, it was that young guy, I guess. Yeah. And then yeah, I don't know which one. Yeah. Yeah, well, no, they had him come back with like the frilly he was wearing the ceremonial uniform from the original series. It might be Voyager cuz the Borg were a big thing, but they were a big thing in late Trek. Um yeah, I don't know. But anyways, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It could have been Torres, yeah. And then that's why she's a bit of a dick. Right. Yeah. And then he feels out of place. But I thought he was talking to a guy. But maybe he's I don't know. I really don't know. But anyways, yeah, you could just Google it up. Just Google up Scotty and they find him on a planet with metal. That's all I remember. I think it actually was the Enterprise. It got trapped and the original ship got stuck and the Enterprise got stuck, but then Scotty tells them how to get out. And then he talks about how he belongs in a museum. So he'd be talking to Riker. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's it. Oh, now I want to Google this. Anyways, it was good. And Deep Space Nine, as much as some people don't like it, I really enjoy the look at culture and races and society. You know, not as much space exploration, but better story arc, if you will. And I mean, it's like a 90s show, so they try to touch on like religion and some other hot topics, lesbianism, right? But they just, they do it mutely. They can't do it like we do it now, where we're like, yeah, women make out on the screen. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, exactly. Where Star Trek Next Generation was all about the Cold War. Deep Space Nine was all about race riots and the merging of America and healing of America, right? As it took place in like 1992, if I remember correct. So they're just coming out of a tumultuous 80s, whereas Star Trek Next Generation was fighting the Russians, i.e. Romulans, over the neutral zone, i.e. Germany. It was just a facsimile. I got to learn how to pronounce that word of the Cold War. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Deep Space Nine's pretty good. I really like Bashir's character, the medical officer's character, because he's a genetically engineered human. Not to spoil it for you, but he struggles with his essence, right? So he does like a deep dive and basically, struggles with being human, much like Data did with struggling to be human, and the Doctor from Voyager struggling with being human. And that perspective is pretty awesome because that's something only sci-fi can do. It's that introspective look on what it is to be human from the outsider's perspective. And so, yeah, I like it. Really, really smart. Scotty. Yep. Okay, it's called Relics, and it's the Next Generation, and it aired in 1992. Here you go. That was easy. I just typed in Scotty, the Next Generation, and boom, it was there. So that's what I'm talking about. Yep. Montgomery Scott. Yeah, so it's a nearby Dyson sphere. And then it's the USS Jalorian or whatever, a transport ship that's been missing for 75 years. And what Scotty did is he basically put himself inside the transporter buffer, thus being immortal because he's in the pattern buffer, right? So Yeah, not bad. Smart. But it's really nice to see him talk about, so much has changed, right? And so that whole episode was basically somebody that is now transported into the future, and everything he knew, everything he did, right, is no longer relevant. And so that really reflects on old people getting old. The world's passing them by, right? It doesn't have to be that way, but that's what they're touching on. So, yeah, anyways, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Uh, mhm. How many minutes left? So we got 5 minutes on the clock. I got the link right there. It's next generation, it's telling me, right? What? I just gave the link, and the link was bad. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, Star Trek The Next Generation, Season 6, Episode 4. Right there. Yep. Yep. Now, Deep Space Nine had a cameo from Picard. Lieutenant Worf showed up near the end. I think the Irish guy was the engineer the whole time on that one. But yeah. Yeah, Deep Space Nine, Quark was a great character. And one of my favorite lines, and I can't seem to find it anymore, is when there were some people being super racist, and he basically explains that the reason why humans are so paranoid of other races is because if the little monkey in the forest trusted the snake, it would get bit in the face and they wouldn't be here. So they learned to be distrusting of anything that wasn't them because it could potentially hurt them. And that is actually fundamentally why racism exists. Why we think people that are disabled or different, missing an arm, missing an eye, we immediately have a distrust or dislike, right? It stems from that. And I was like, ah, oh, damn, Star Trek, you're so wise. But yeah, it was good. But I can't find that episode, so I may have just dreamed it. I don't know, but yeah, Quark's a great character. Really well written, really well executed. Yeah, I love it. That's Scorpion's thing out of his hand. That's what you're seeing on the screen. Ensign Rio, another terribly angry character. Yeah. But that's the nice thing about Deep Space Nine. They were covering the topic of occupied territories, subjugated people, right? Insurgency and counterterrorism. Is the oppressor really the one that's trying to protect his people? Or are the people who are rebelling and using time bombs and killing innocent people here and there, which are the Bajoran rebels? Are they the bad guys, right? So they got to talk about the whole, you know, Palestinian independence, Israel fighting everyone around them, sale of arms from Russia and Egypt, right? So they thinly veiled all of those conversations, which were big in the early 1990s, right? So hijacking's the new thing. Taking an airplane, hijacking it, that was completely new, right? So then they have a spaceship that's boarded, right, and taken over. There's an airplane hijack. So yeah. Anyways, it's fun. It's a nice way to go over these things. All right, 1 minute left. Yep, today was pretty lame duck. We died a hard death around. We lost almost everybody at 2 o'clock. So most people held on, and then 2 o'clock we lost about half of our viewers. We got them back at around 2:30, and we lost them again at 3:30, and they're now going strong. The end of day catch up. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all good. I appreciate it. Okay, we're now 20 seconds. And if you haven't watched it, make sure to watch the Babylon 5 series if you like excellent space opera. That puts Star Trek to shame a couple times over. Babylon 5 is just, so good. It's a little dated graphics, but she's done. All right, we closed at 1085. A little bit of a surge at the end. Volume 23,000, but yeah, pretty pissed day. We might have some action in the post market, but garbage. So let's just take a look at the little macro. I don't think much has changed. Remove drawing. Okay, so yeah, we kind of went sideways. So it's possible we can maybe gap up tomorrow and then head to 13. Maybe we can get back on track, but I highly doubt we're going to gap up and get back on track. So I would expect tomorrow will either be a gap up and a roll, which would be proper, or we're just going to roll and go kind of flat. So we'll start low, go up, or we'll go flat, go down, but we'll essentially try to go sideways more than upways. But if we're lucky, yeah, we'll jump up to 1258 some magic way, and we'll head to 13. So, yep. It's a lot of sad pandas, yeah. So I'll see you all tomorrow. This was a pretty pissed day, but thank you for sticking through. They can't all be winners. All right. See you guys. Yep.